Chapter 940. Chen Guang nodded. They're smart enough to know that they can't easily push Shui Lin, who isn't from the pugilistic world. Although Shui Lin and I have a master-disciple relationship, and I acknowledge him, others don't. Forcefully replacing him will only ruin the good situation we're in now. However, without a wise and decisive chief to take the lead, don't you think it's too much work for the two of you to handle the chief's affairs? Enchanting asked, aren't you ashamed? Wu Miaoan said, haven't we always been the ones doing things, and you've never cared about anything? Chen Guang realized that they made a lot of sense, and he couldn't refute them. Alright, that's the truth. However, people from the pugilistic world have their own way of doing things. The two of you are still weak, so if you can't handle the situation, you can come to me. Don't make things difficult for yourselves. Wu Miaoan snapped, of course. Don't tell me you really don't care about us. You've already taken advantage of our little sweetheart, and you're still going to deny it. Annoying. Enchanting went after Wu Miaoan again, and the two of them had a good fight before they sat back down. Enchanting was still a little uneasy as she asked, that, you really don't care about being the chief? Wu Miaoan immediately spoke up to defend the injustice. Actually, in my opinion, we shouldn't care about this Guangding headquarters at all. Why don't we just jump out of it? Chen Guang, you can set up your own martial union and be the chief. With your invincible strength, I don't believe that the remaining 5 major sects and 20-odd sects would dare not come. Chen Guang patted Wu Miaoan's head. What nonsense are you thinking? I don't have the leisure to do that. So what if I become the chief of the martial union? Can I become stronger? I've already told you that when Ouyang Tianqing died, I wanted to run away. Do you think I'm joking? The two of them nodded to show that they understood, then shook their heads fiercely, not really believing him. Chen Guang took a deep breath. He decided to show off. He walked to the window with his hands behind his back and looked up at the stars in the sky. You all know that in my previous life, I was a grand mage who could almost break through the barriers of the world. Well, in fact, I became an elemental controller later on. In short, I was very, very strong, the kind of strong without boundaries. My journey is the sea of stars. Why would I care about a mere mortal job? Compared to being a bureau chief, I am more willing to pursue the pinnacle of power. How vast is this universe? You have no idea how many terrifying existences there are in this vast and boundless universe. In the Doluo world of my previous life, Earth was actually just the starting point. There were countless powerful forces hidden in the boundless starry sky of the entire plane. The world-shattering Holy Clan's greatest dream is to rule the universe of the Doluo world. I, Right Chin, am the most talented magician in the history of the Doluo world. My dream is to touch the boundaries of power. When he said this, his tone was calm and deep. His extremely magnetic voice rumbled in the room under the repeated vibrations of his inner strength. It had a power that could penetrate people's hearts. While he was talking, Enchanting and Wu Miaoan unknowingly got up and walked to the window to look at the stars with him. Enchanting cupped her hands. Really? I really envy you. Wu Miaoan said, I also want to learn magic. How about I exchange my body with yours? It's very fresh and tender. Chen Guang wanted to kick Wu Miaoan to death. Can't our thoughts be more normal? So, you guys understand now, it's actually a good thing for me not to be the bureau chief. This way, I can focus more on power. Although I still can't be sure now, maybe one day when I recover or even surpass the power I have in the Doluo world, I can find a way to let Senior Xan and Senior Wu come back to life somewhere. You guys will also have a chance to meet again. As for the two of you, now is the time to fulfill the wishes of the two seniors. Since the two of you represent the Thousand Despair sect and Myriad Flower Valley in your current positions, don't let go of this opportunity to strengthen your sect. Otherwise, the two seniors in the Heavenly Kingdom, if they find out about this in another place, they will be sad. Chen Guang continued to keep his hands behind his back, maintaining the demeanor of an expert. Wu Miaowan nodded like a chick pecking at grains. All right, no problem. Of course, little darling, and I understand. But I want to ask, Lord Big Chrysanthemum Head, do you have a way to dual cultivate? When little darling and I are done with our work, we can dual cultivate together and make you stronger faster. All right, all right. Little Miaowan, restrain yourself. Xan Qin turned around and pulled Wu Miaowan away. Even though Wu Miaowan was the one who was shooting off her mouth, if she really ignited Chen Guang's fire, Xan Qin would definitely be the unlucky one. Watching the two drive away from the window, Chen Guang didn't feel melancholy. He actually didn't have any desires at this moment, and he wouldn't do anything to the two of them at such an inappropriate time either. A gentleman was lustful, but he did it in the right way. Now wasn't the right time. The next morning, Chen Guang woke up early and packed his things. For the next few days, he wanted to stay in school. Actually, it hadn't been many days since he wanted to go back to school, but people were like this. If they encountered too many things at a certain time, even if it wasn't a long time, their minds would still feel as if it was a lifetime ago. Looking at his class schedule, he had the first class in the morning. He was actually quite curious about the expressions of the people in class when they realized that he had suddenly come to class. Would there be a lot of people asking for his autograph? How would he charge them then? Speaking of which, he had signed a lot of autographed photos for Bai Nyangzi previously. He didn't know how those scumbags were selling them. Why didn't they give him any commission? As he walked, his thoughts ran wild, and before he knew it, he had passed through the school gate. This was the semi-enclosed Gokyo University, and there weren't many people at the school gate early in the morning. Standing at the school gate and looking inside, Chen Guang saw a figure in a snow-white dress standing at the intersection in the distance, looking back at him. The two were at least 100 meters apart, but with their superhuman eyesight, they could see each other's image very clearly. Chen Guang was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he suddenly laughed. On the other side, Wenwen also grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, like a blooming jasmine in autumn. Wenwen was wearing a snow-white casual jacket and light gray jeans. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she was carrying a purple leather backpack on her back. Looking at the heavy backpack, there should be textbooks in it. She casually hooked her thumbs on the shoulder straps of the backpack, and stood there quietly with her back straight. Even the slightly thick autumn clothes couldn't hide her slender and curvaceous figure. From time to time, boys and girls who passed by would subconsciously focus their eyes on her. There were even some boys who got distracted and accidentally kicked the curb, causing them to grimace in pain. On the other hand, Chen Guang's appearance was much more sloppy. His specialty was that he could wear branded clothes without looking like branded clothes. She raised her leg and took a step forward. Chen Guang jogged to stop in front of her. Hey, why are you at school again? Actually, he felt that it was quite strange. After so many things had happened, he thought that it was unlikely that he would see Wenwen at school again, and that there was no need for her to come back to school. Unexpectedly, Wenwen didn't answer him, but asked him instead, "Aren't you at school too?" Chen Guang was speechless. He understood what she meant, and scratched his head awkwardly. Pretend I didn't ask. Then he smiled foolishly again. She was right. If he could go back to school, then Wenwen could, of course, go back too. He suddenly felt that the scene they were in now was just like the time when they had agreed to meet here to go to an internet cafe a long time ago. Obviously, many things had changed, and what had happened to him was simply earth-shattering. But when he suddenly thought back, it seemed that nothing had changed, and everything had returned to the beginning. She was still herself, and he was still himself. The two of them were still here. She was still dressed in white, and he still looked a little sloppy. In the eyes of others, it was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Why are you in a daze? The bell for the first class is about to ring. Don't tell me you want to be late for the first class. Wenwen tugged at his clothes to stop him from being in a daze. Chen Guang sensed the envious gazes directed at him from all directions. He really didn't want to admit this matter. He was clearly more famous now, but Wenwen managed to make the other guys forget that he was an all-round superhuman. Most of their attention was focused on her. Recently, my father has been recuperating in the sanatorium in the 5 capitals. With a few experts taking care of him, his condition has gradually stabilized. He didn't want me to see him in such a dejected state, so he had to chase me out. I also didn't have the mood to cultivate, so I thought it would be better to go back to school for lessons, so I came back. The two of them walked side by side, and Wenwen still explained to Chen Guang. Chen Guang nodded. He had actually guessed it long ago. If he wasn't considered as an anomaly, Wenwen was without a doubt the number 1 in the world. Ouyang Tianqing was dead, Shadow Alliance was destroyed, and out of the 3 great aristocratic families, only the Wen family remained. If it wasn't for the fact that she wholeheartedly pursued a higher level of martial arts, Wenwen wouldn't have pursued a higher level of martial arts. With her personality, it was natural for her to choose to go back to school. Perhaps, on the day she graduated, she, as the sect master of the Wen family, would even be like a normal graduate. She would plunge into the workplace with a playful mood, and continue to experience the life of a white-collar worker. This wasn't strange at all. She was such a person. Chen Guang asked, "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm going back to school?" Wenwen stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at him. "There's no need to ask. What I think, isn't that what you think too? What's the difference between you and me?" With that said, she suddenly stepped on his foot, and then ran off like the wind, shouting, "I'm in the 2nd building, you're in the 1st building, 508. Hurry up. Let's go for skewers after school tonight." She ran with great joy. No one could understand her joy. To be able to meet Chen Guang on the first day of school, and this wasn't even arranged by the two of them, but purely by chance. This kind of fate was simply too wonderful for words. Besides, she was also happy about something else. Today, she walked beside Chen Guang for so long. Although the abnormality in her dantian was still strong, she could barely suppress it. This meant that she could finally be with him normally in the future. Her legs were a little wet, but fortunately, her relatives had just come today, so it wouldn't leak out, nor would it wet her pants. Chen Guang felt a dull pain from being stepped on. Looking at Wenwen's back that was like a happy little bunny, he suddenly realized. Perhaps the person he saw before was not the real her. Now, she was carefree, not like a peerless master at all. She was not the sect master of the Wen family who had killed countless people with her own hands, holding a black knife, stained with blood, and killing without blinking an eye. She was just a happy female university student. She had experienced a lot of things and suffered a lot of hardships. Wasn't she the same? Born in an aristocratic family like the Wen family, she received the most cruel and harsh training since she was a child. She didn't even have the right to choose her friends and her own life. Later, she encountered a big change, and her family became a mess. Her father was poisoned, her elders died, and there were internal and external troubles. Now, she finally made it through. Even though she was a peerless genius who was second only to him in hundreds of years, what she really liked was not martial arts. She just wanted to live like an ordinary girl. In this regard, she was right. He was quite similar to her. Didn't he come back to study? His parents' mixed doubles was just an excuse. The real reason why he was standing here with his backpack was not complicated at all. I like it here. I just want to live a relaxed and carefree life like this. There's no reason. I'm happy. Wen had already run out of sight, but the smile on her face when she turned and ran away was still clear in his eyes. Chen Guang gradually clenched his fists as he raised his head to look at the sky. The autumn sun that had just risen not long ago hung in the sky, but it was a little misty, which made him feel a little heavy. He did not want to admit that the reason why he was so anxious to give up his official position and return to an ordinary life was because he wanted to quickly pass the test of the Heavenly Holy Grail. He wanted the Heavenly Holy Grail to advance to the next level so that he could become the true master of the Holy Grail. In fact, ever since the end of the second world of punishment, he had been unable to get rid of the pressure in his heart. He had an ominous premonition. After becoming a martial saint, he was affected by the chi of heaven and earth, and this feeling was even more obvious. Although the power of the Holy Grail that filled the sky and the earth was still thin, it was continuously becoming stronger. Chen Guang lowered his head and looked at the cup in his hand. He clearly knew that the change was happening, but he was powerless to stop it. In short, I relied on you to protect me in the past. But now, I am stronger than you. I don't know what will happen in the future, but this time, I will protect the smile on your face. Chen Guang finally came back to class. In an instant, this explosive news spread throughout the entire Jinhuan Academy. Before his but even touched the chair in the classroom, someone had already sent out a message. Yo, Brother Guang, what a rare guest. As soon as Chen Guang sat down, Bai Nyingzi ridiculed him in a strange tone. Chen Guang spread out his hands. Stop talking nonsense. Where's my share? Bai Nyingzi looked confused. What share? Chen Guang said righteously, the share of selling my autographed photo. Chapter 941. Unexpectedly, as soon as he asked this question, the faces of Lin Jingwei, White Lady, and Bramble all darkened, just like a beaten eggplant. Xiong-er waved his hand. Don't talk about it. There were people who bought it in the beginning, but most of them were girls, so we happily sold some. But your reputation on the internet got worse, and there were too many people slandering you. Even the girls stopped buying it. Bai Nyingzi snorted. That's right. We even advertised it to ward off evil spirits, but we still couldn't sell it. Lin Jingwei said, so, in the end, most of it was burned. Including the cost, we basically didn't make a profit in the end. Chen Guang, thank you guys for not apologizing while burning it. You don't say, Guang bro, your photos are super useful. I got an SSR the day after I burned them. Xiong-er perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be crazy and courting death. Then, he got beaten up. Halfway through the class, Lin Jingwei pulled Chen Guang over and asked, are you really quitting your position as the bureau chief? Chen Guang nodded. Yeah. I don't want to do it anymore. Sigh. My grandpa and the rest went overboard. I apologize on his behalf. Save it. Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. But I understand you now. No wonder you came to Beijing to study. Your grandpa and the rest of them. Aren't they tired of living like that? I don't think he's tired at all. In fact, he's enjoying it. I've advised him many times to stop caring about those things and retire peacefully, but he just won't listen. If you weren't there to help him, I'm afraid that Grandpa would have been sent to the hospital. Sigh. Sigh. The two of them let out a long sigh. One was the third-generation Prince of China, and the other was the youngest vice minister in the world. Yet, they sat together in the classroom and sympathized with those old gentlemen who were addicted to politics. Things in the world were just so strange. After the first class, an uninvited guest came to the classroom and called Chen Guang out. "Vice President Han, why are you looking for me?" Chen Guang strenuously nodded his head and waved his hand at the passers-by as he spoke to Old Han. Old Han felt that this was not a good place to talk. "Why don't we talk in my office? There are so many people coming and going. You're really famous now." When he arrived at Old Man Han's office, Chen Guang realized that Old Man Han had moved. He felt that he had addressed Old Man Han wrongly. Old Man Han was no longer the vice principal but the principal of the academy. Su Lijing and Wang Ren were done for. Deputy Dean Deng, who was on Wang Ren's side, was unlucky at that time. After a semester, Dean Tong, who also wanted to cover up for Su Lijing, should have moved on and left. Naturally, it was the turn of Deputy Dean Han, who was conscientious and upright, to take over. It had not been easy for him. He had endured for most of his life and had finally made a name for himself. In the end, before he could congratulate Old Han, the old man threw him a piece of bad news. He was going to get a demerit. "Little Chen, it's like this. Although you're doing music, making movies, and participating in all kinds of competitions, you're indeed bringing glory to the country and the school. Our school is also proud of you, but almost everyone in the school knows that you're still a student. Previously, the counselor asked you if you wanted to take a leave of absence, but you didn't want to, so what? Since the start of the semester, you've called for a total of 39 times. 5 of them, people took turns answering for you. Even Sun Xiaoxuan and Gao Ye answered for you. Alright, of course, they all saw through you. You didn't show up for the other 34 times. If we don't do something, we won't be able to explain to the other students. You know, after the incident with Su Lijing and Wang Ren, our school is under a lot of pressure. At the beginning of this semester, the principal said to rectify the academic atmosphere, and you're so conspicuous." Sigh. I'm feeling bitter. Vice President Han, just tell me what difficulties you have. Hey, Chen Guang, how about this? The school will give you a demerit, okay? Of course, I won't force you. If you're not willing, I won't mention it again. I'll explain to the school leaders. You're the face of our school now. Even if there are some rumors, we can handle it. Looking at the old man's sincere and pleading expression, Chen Guang was really embarrassed to refuse him. However, he was also unwilling. In fact, he had skipped classes in the past, but he had never encountered any demerits. Unfortunately, a tall tree attracts the wind. Times are different from the past. He knew that he was very eye-catching now. It wasn't strange at all to be picked out as a model. The school's intention was also very obvious. They wanted to put on a show for others. Did you see that? Our school is so strict that even celebrities don't have special privileges. Alright. It's not impossible for me to cooperate, but I have a request. Okay, say it. Chen Guang rolled his eyes and said, I reckon that I'll have to skip a lot of classes at the end of this semester. My request is simple. Just this one demerit will do. But if I skip classes again, you can't hold me back. Old Han was a little hesitant. Chen Guang didn't want to comply. Vice President Han, don't ask for too much. It's not that I don't want to go to class on purpose. It's just that I often have other important things to do. There's no other way. How about this? I can promise you one thing. Anyway, I promise I won't fail any classes this semester, okay? Although I'm not in school, I won't fall behind in self-study. Didn't you see that I passed all the makeup subjects last semester? When old Han heard this, he recalled the matter reported by the teacher. At the start of the semester, Chen Guang's makeup test results were quite strange. One moment, he got full marks, the next moment, he passed the passing line. He was so crazy that he couldn't even find any evidence of him cheating. "Are your makeup test results real?" he asked doubtfully. Chen Guang smiled confidently. Vice President Han, Chen Guang, might not be righteous enough in other matters, but when it comes to exams, I definitely have a clear conscience. Chen Guang would definitely not admit that he had asked Nicosia to take the exam on his behalf. There weren't many decent men like him who were willing to spend faith points to exchange for the special training in a cup just for a mere exam. "Alright, then it's settled. As long as you don't fail the final exam, I'll grant you the privilege. But if you fail, then just give me a detention." Old Han was a little speechless. Since when could detention be used in such a way? "Forget it, I won't argue with him. I'm Chen Guang." At noon, Chen Guang, Sun Xiaoxuan, Gao Ye, and Lin Jingwei ran along the streets and ate a hearty meal of Dapan chicken. Now that he was not short of money, he personally treated them to a welcoming party to celebrate his successful return to school. In the afternoon, an announcement that shocked the campus was directly published on Gokyo University's campus website, Azure Starry Sky. Chen Guang, one of the 5 brightest stars in the country and even the world, the almighty Superman, was given a demerit. The reason for his demerit was even more unbelievable. He actually skipped class. There were countless people who skipped class in the school, but there was no reason for him to be one of them. Although the management this semester was stricter, many people were given demerits. But there were even more people who didn't even go to class from the beginning to the end, especially when he was a relatively relaxed 4th year. Most importantly, he was a famous person, and yet he was still caught. Why didn't he think of a way to get in through the back door? As soon as the news came out, Bain Yangzi, who was enthusiastically browsing the web on his phone, saw it. Brother Guang. Good news. Get lost. You've been given a demerit. Go and play with your balls." Chen Guang also did not expect old Han to be such a scammer. He only said that he would be given a demerit, but he did not say that he would announce it to the whole school. "I've been King scammed. I accidentally became famous. How embarrassing. Forget it. Fortunately, my parents are still traveling abroad, and they probably won't see this. Some things really can't be thrown up randomly." Just as he was thinking about this, his father called. Chen Guang's heart skipped a beat. It can't be, right? What a coincidence. The call connected, and it was his father's voice. "Young man, you did well. Come, stretch your head over, I'll give you a red blessing." He did not know what his father had learned abroad, but the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to give him a red blessing. "Dad, why did you call me? What are you talking about? How have you been recently?" He decided to use the strategy of avoiding the topic. Chen Guoli snorted. "Not much. I just got off the plane, and I saw your good news. You're very good at your studies, and you've even gotten a demerit." Damn, it was indeed a flag raised. Chen Guang was not afraid of other people, but he could not do anything to his parents. He could not tell his father that he was once a deputy minister, and the reason he skipped classes was to save the world. He could not say it out loud, for fear of getting beaten up. "Dad, it's a long story. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. You're not young anymore, and you should graduate next year and start working. It's time for you to be sensible. I'll help you hide this for now. Your mother still doesn't know about it, but you better take care of yourself later. We just got off the plane, and we had planned to come to school to have a meal with you before going back to our hometown. But it looks like it's not a good time now. I'll think of a way to bring the whole family back." Chen Guang laughed. "Dad, you're the one who dotes on me. What else can I do? I'm not doting on you, I'm doting on your mother. I'm the only one who can take a beating. If I were your mother, I would have gotten Parkinson's disease long ago. That's true, that's true. Be careful on the way back. After hanging up, Chen Guang let out a long sigh of relief. He had dodged a bullet, and almost got screwed over by old Han. Brother Guang, did your father just say he's going to give you a red buff? Bei Nyangzi was being cheap again. When he begged Chen Guang to help him promote books on Weibo, he kissed him like a grandson. But after the matter was over, he kept on being cheap and sly. Later on, when he needed someone's help, he could lower his pride and beg humbly, so that no one would be angry at him. Chen Guang decisively gave him a black buff. After school, Sun Xiaoxuan wanted to ask Chen Guang out for a movie, but by the time she got up, Chen Guang was already out of sight. Gao Ye felt indignant for Sun Xiaoxuan. This guy must be up to no good again. Don't you care about him? Sun Xiaoxuan became calm. I don't care about him. Why? Because he always has a reason to do things. I think he's always right. Gao Ye stared at her, dumbfounded. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, you're so blind. No, you're not blind anymore. You're blind. Chapter 942. In fact, Chen Guang and Wenwen didn't do anything special. They said they were eating skewers, and they were really just eating skewers. Originally, he wanted to go to the internet cafe to play a few games with them. However, considering that he was getting more and more famous, eating skewers with a beauty on the street was shocking enough. If he went to the internet cafe to play games, he would probably be surrounded by people. On the other hand, Wenwen didn't want to stay with him for too long. She found that although she could handle the situation in her dantian for a while, after sitting with this guy for a long time, the strange feeling in her heart would become stronger and stronger as time went by, until it was difficult to suppress. Today, she didn't want to be eaten up by Chen Guang, so she ate more than 300 skewers in a few bites. Then, she used the excuse of going back to the nursing home to see her father, got up, and ran away. Under the stunned gaze of the boss, Chen Guang gave him more than 800 yuan and drove to the company. More than a day had passed, and the matter of the play had progressed a lot. Yang Shi was also a big shot in the industry. With him around, it was much easier to find actors. Now, the actors had basically been selected. They were coming from all over the country, and they would all be here by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The script for Thunderstorm was ready-made, but it involved copyright issues, so Lu Xiaoliang had already gone out to handle it. On the other hand, for the sake of Chen Guang, it wasn't difficult to cut the queue and find a theater in Wujing. As for the costumes and props, they found a company that Chen Guang was familiar with. It was the company that had bought his armor and then sent it back to him. Until now, Chen Guang still remembered the name of the boss of Iris's flower company, Hao Yukai. He had a deep impression of him. Okay, since you're almost done, I won't ask anymore. Chen Guang was extremely satisfied with the efficiency of the company. There was strength in numbers, and this was the benefit of it. Brother Chen, don't you want to read the script first? Yang Shi held the freshly printed script in his hand and shook it in front of Chen Guang. Chen Guang waved his hand indifferently. No need, I'll read it before I go on stage. Yang Shi knew his ability. Seeing that he wasn't in the mood to read it, he didn't rush him. That's fine. Yu Hong and Fong Tianyu were stunned by the conversation between the two. At first, he thought that Director Yang was an old acquaintance and would more or less be able to restrain CEO Qin and make him pay more attention. It turned out that the two of them were jackals of the same tribe. After Chen Guang was gone, Fong Tianyu asked Yang Shi anxiously, Director Qin, is he really a man? Yang Shi didn't explain and just smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. donned Chen's chin. Don't worry. Chen's name. However, Yang Shi wasn't willing to speak any further. He thought to himself, what kind of joke is this? I'm here with Chen Guang to win without doing anything. The next day, Chen Guang did not intend to go to the company, but he still went to the city in the afternoon. There was a big shot. Sitting in the office, Chen Guang looked at this person who was said to be from the Rising Sea Insurance Group. For some reason, he felt that this person's words were a little unbelievable. If he isn't messing with me, then there must be someone else behind this. He actually said that he wanted to invest in Tianguang Brokerage on behalf of Rising Sea Insurance Group. Based on Chen Guang's personality, he wouldn't be interested in letting others invest in his company even if he knew that it was a profitable business. Isn't it obvious that he's sharing the money with others? However, he was a little tempted this time. The reason was that he couldn't refuse the offer from Mr. Rao. According to Mr. Rao, the Rising Sea Insurance Group he represented valued Tianguang Brokerage at 10 billion yuan. The investment plan he proposed was even more insane. An investment of 1 billion yuan would dilute the company's total share capital. The Rising Sea Fund would hold 5% of the company's shares, and Chen Guang and Tang Jia Fund's shares would be reduced in proportion. Chen Guang's shares would be changed to 76%, and Tang Jia Fund's shares would be changed to 19%. This matter was complicated, and there might be a long process in the middle, but the final result was about the same. What kind of spirit did Mr. Rao have? It was the spirit of international humanitarian aid. It was a great feeling that didn't ask for anything in return, but something to give. Chen Guang couldn't believe it. The only valuable thing about my empty shell company is my almighty superhuman brand. If one day my reputation is ruined, or if I get tired of the entertainment industry and don't want to work anymore, Tianguang Brokerage will instantly fall into an awkward situation where it can't make any profits. That's right, my profitability is quite strong, but the entire company doesn't have a complete system and doesn't have enough IP reserves. There's no reason for it to be valued at 10 billion yuan. What's more, according to the Rising Sea Fund's investment, Tianguang Brokerage has a premium of 20 billion yuan. Are you stupid? What ability does the old man have to give me money like this? I'm a little nervous. Mr. Rao, your proposal looks very tempting, but I don't understand why. I really don't think Tianguang Brokerage is worth this price. Chen Guang placed Rao Xinghai's proposal to the side and pressed his hands on the mahogany desk. As he spoke, he subconsciously leaned forward to give Rao Xinghai the illusion that he was tempted. The other party was an old fox in the business world, and the bait was too tempting. Chen Guang subconsciously felt that something was wrong. He had to be on guard. He wanted to make Rao Xinghai feel that he was naive and see if he would reveal his fox's tail. Mr. Chen, you're belittling yourself. Tianguang Brokerage has only been established for a few months, and you've already made hundreds of millions in profits. You've already proven the value of Tianguang Brokerage. The cultural industry is booming now, and the pie will only get bigger and bigger in the future. However, companies like Tianguang Brokerage that can maintain a good profit rate during such rapid growth are still rare. Other companies that operate copyrights are mostly in the stage of financing and burning money for copyrights. You're already one step ahead of the others. Furthermore, Mr. Chen, you're different from other celebrities. There's still a lot of value to be excavated from you. I'm sure that you have more than what you've shown so far. You might not know this, but before the Olympics, there was a swimmer with the surname Ning. According to some evaluation agencies, his personal IP value could reach 20 billion. Mr. Chen, you're only higher than him. Some WeChat public accounts, and even Poppy Chan, whose content creation ability is not as good as yours, can be valued at more than 1 billion. I've valued Tianguang Brokerage at 10 billion, so it's reasonable to increase it to 20 billion. Chen Guang was almost convinced by him. According to Mr. Rao, money was not being spent as money nowadays. Billions and billions were being spent at every turn. Did he think they were burning hell's money? Comrade, you can't stop using fake drugs. Those who truly understood the industry knew that the cultural industry had been bragging to the heavens. Even Little Tsong's bamboo live stream was no longer burning money for live streamers. During the craziness of the first half of the year, any lousy live streamer would sign a contract fee of 100 million for a few years, or 30 million for a year. In the end, it was the end of the year now, and it was time to settle the bills. Those who owed wages were owed wages, and those who were slaves of different surnames were all over the streets. That meant that the bubble was about to burst, and the money couldn't be burned anymore. It was easy to say that traffic could turn into cash, but was it really a stump for countless heroes to achieve? The click-through rate of online television dramas depended on it. It also depended on it to increase its popularity and topicality. It also depended on it to increase its box office earnings. It also depended on it to increase the number of viewers and bullet screen comments in the live stream rooms. Everything was fake prosperity. It only depended on the advertising sponsors who were stupid and rich to pay the bills. But there were many smart people in this world, and there were even fewer fools who could make money and afford sky-high advertising fees. Everyone had a clear idea of how much this so-called traffic flow was worth. Also, the Chinese Super League, which not many people in the country watched at all, was easily offered transfer fees of tens of millions of dollars to big foreign brands, with annual salaries of hundreds of millions. In the end, the stadium's occupancy rate was less than 50%, and the jerseys and other peripheral products couldn't be sold at all. They only had the ability to spend money, but not the ability to generate revenue. What right did they have to raise such sky-high prices? The rights to the live stream of the Chinese Super League, which had no ratings at all, could still be sold for more than $1 billion a year. The balloons in the sky were blown bigger than the sun, ready to explode at any moment. It was as if all the money printing machines in the country had been turned on overnight, and trillions of dollars had fallen from the sky. Where did this money come from? Was it born out of thin air? Outsiders might not be aware of this, but Chen Guang could be considered as someone in the industry, not to mention that he was the strongest internet celebrity in the country. So how could he not understand that this was all hype? It was all a bubble that would explode sooner or later. Perhaps it might happen tomorrow, or perhaps it might last for another year. When the noise passed, the real companies that were good at content and diligent in operation, and took one step at a time, would have the last laugh. At that time, countless speculative capitalists would cry in the corner, and countless retail investors would cry their hearts out. It wasn't hard to guess. Rao Zhenghai wasn't an ignorant bystander. He was the chairman of the Rising Sea Insurance Fund. Whether it was his vision or his identity, he stood at the top of the national financial pyramid, and it was impossible for him not to understand this. There was nothing wrong with him having the idea of setting up an internet celebrity economy, but there was no reason for him to take out $1 billion so easily just to get 5% of his shares. Tianguang Brokerage was just a personal brokerage company built around an omnipotent Superman. It didn't have any core technology or real industrial reserves, so it wasn't worth this money at all. Mr. Rao, I understand what you're saying, but let's not beat around the bush in front of an honest person. You and I both know it. What is your real purpose? Chen Guang leaned back, and he finally put away the facade of an ignorant young man. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Rao Zhenghai meaningfully. Rao Zhenghai was stunned at first, and he was stunned for a long time. Just like that, in his eyes, Chen Guang's aura changed drastically in an instant. He turned from a rash young man to an old fox who understood the world. He remembered an old man's instructions to him before he came down. He must not underestimate Chen Guang, and must not treat him like an ordinary young man. Just now, he didn't take the old man's warning seriously. At that time, Chen Guang pretended to be calm, but in fact, he was eager to try. In his eyes, it was slightly ridiculous. After all, young people were still a little immature and not shrewd enough. But now, he knew that he was wrong. This cunning fellow, he was acting within an act just now, and he was completely led into it. Looks like I have to tell the truth. Mr. Chen, since you've already thought of it, then I'll tell the truth. Actually, this isn't my idea, it's a request from the higher-ups. They feel that it's necessary to give you some compensation. As Rao Zhenghai said that, he pointed to the sky mysteriously. Chen Guang suddenly laughed. Actually, he had this idea just now, and he had already thought of it. Although he was the one who took the initiative to resign in the end, the old men were still afraid that he would lose his position as the bureau chief, and they knew that he loved money. They were even more worried that if the bureau couldn't control the situation in the future, they would still have to ask him to step in. They were afraid that he would really become a wild crane that didn't care about the world. That was why they came up with this idea. They purposely gave Tianguang Brokerage a high valuation, and then arranged for a fund with a powerful background to buy the investment. On the surface, it was free money, but in the dark, it made him owe them a favor, and he couldn't get away. Actually, he knew that he should have had a tacit understanding with the other party, and he shouldn't have forced him to say it. However, he was already tired of scheming with the old men. Now that he had asked Rao Zhenghai to tell the truth, Rao Zhenghai would pass on the content of the conversation between the two of them to the higher-ups. This was also his way of showing his attitude. Don't play tricks with me anymore, it's very annoying. Mr. Rao, then please thank them for me. Let me think about this for another 2 days, and I'll give you an accurate answer. After Chen Guang laughed, his face darkened, and his knuckles rhythmically knocked on the table, and he said word by word. Rao Zhenghai took a deep breath, and he was really shocked this time. It's almost like giving you 1 billion for free, and you still want to think about it. Chapter 943. When Rao Zhenghai left the Lida building and returned to the hotel, he was still in a daze. Back then, when he was asked to use Shanghai's funds to invest in a mere internet celebrities company, he was extremely against it. However, the higher-ups were too determined and more or less revealed to him that the owner of Tianguang Brokerage, Chen Guang, was an extraordinary person. It would be a miracle if he could be roped in with money. Otherwise, the price he would have to pay would be unimaginably heavy. At the very least, he would have to take out power that was close to the Hall of Treasure to satisfy him. At that time, Rao Zhenghai was shocked and finally agreed to this seemingly unreasonable request. He felt sorry for himself. Other people who played with the internet celebrity economy were actually playing with capital bubbles. They would easily blow up the bubble, but in reality, the amount of money that was actually taken out might not be that much. It might not even be their own money. Who would be like him, taking out such a huge amount of real money to give money to others? Before coming here, he had also done a very detailed assessment of Chen Guang's company. It was undeniable that although Tianguang Brokerage had only been established for less than half a year, and they were always doing things that were unreliable, their profitability was indeed terrifying. It was indeed a miracle that this company could accomplish such a feat with such a small size. Chen Guang himself was considered a genius in the business world. Every time people thought that he was going to lose money, he ended up making a lot of money. It was said that every time he did an event, he would say to the public that he didn't want to make money and that he didn't want to make money at all. However, he didn't lack money. Just based on the terrifying profitability of Tianguang Brokerage, the company's valuation was indeed much higher than its cash flow. From the professional perspective of Rao Zhenghai and his team, a valuation of 2 billion to 3 billion was acceptable. If it was more than 3 billion, anyone who wanted to invest in it would be a fool with too much money. However, even if he was valued at 2 billion and invested in cash, he would have to sign a VAM agreement that would make at least 800 million to 1 billion in 5 years. If he couldn't achieve the profit target, Chen Guang would have to pay for it out of his own pocket or buy back the shares. That was the normal value of Tianguang brokerage. It was undeniable that Chen Guang's ability to make money was very strong, but his company had only been established for a short period of time. Other than hosting events, his profit model was not clear enough, and he did not have any ability to make money. Apart from Chen Guang himself, there was nothing else. The reason why Tianguang Agency could develop so smoothly was largely due to Chen Guang's individual performance and luck. There were still many uncertainties in this startup company, which indirectly pulled down its market value. Therefore, in Rao Xinghai's heart, his valuation and asking price were no different from that of a child giving away money. But he was rejected. After Chen Guang sent Rao Xinghai off, he called Yu Hong and a few other middle-level leaders to his office and told them about what he had just discussed with Rao Xinghai. As Tang Xiaokai's confidant in the Tang Jia Foundation, Yu Hong quickly guessed the truth. Although he did not know the reason, there was no doubt that someone in Beijing wanted to give him money for free. This time, it was even more outrageous than the last time. The Tang Jia Fund had paid for the bill the last time, but this time, the Rising Sea Insurance Company, which was in charge of paying the bill, had directly increased the amount by nearly 10 times. Is our Mr. Chen the descendant of the previous emperor? Is this a recruitment fee? This is ridiculous. However, Yu Hong did not find it strange that Chen Guang did not immediately agree to Rising Sea's Mr. Rao's request. There must be some reasons that people of his level did not have the right to know. However, Fang Tianyu, Lu Xiaoliang, and Su Li were completely dumbfounded. Rao Zhenghai, who was giving the money, might not be fully awake and was sleepwalking. Or perhaps, there was something wrong with his brain. However, our Mr. Chen is not inferior to Mr. Rao at all. They're on par with each other. Mr. Chen, you can't do that. I don't understand. Fang Tianyu was dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoliang nearly jumped up. Mr. Chen, I know I shouldn't say much about this, but I still don't understand. Rising Sea only wants 5% of the shares, but they're giving 1 billion in cash. If this is true, there's no reason for them to reject it. Su Li said from his professional point of view, although our company's financial situation is very good now, and there are no signs of needing financing in the short term, it's never a bad thing to have more money. Plus, it's 1 billion. Oh my God. Su Li, who usually did not speak nonsense, could not help but add, oh my God, this time. Although he looked calm on the surface, he could not hide his emotions. Chen Guang had wanted to ask for their opinions, but seeing this, he knew that there was no need for him to say anything. They could not give the answer they wanted. In fact, they could not even understand the hesitation in their hearts. I should have asked someone else. They did not know that he was once the director of the General Bureau and could not consider the whole picture. Forget it, don't worry about this first. How's the discussion for the play going? Chen Guang had a general understanding of the live broadcast of the play and the sponsorship. The live broadcast was still bamboo, but the live broadcast on TV had become the Mango channel that he used to dislike. On account of their high price and willingness to pay, since the contract had already been signed, he would forget about it this time. The sponsorship was not as good as he had imagined. He only managed to get a total of 2 companies, which did not even add up to 10 million. On one hand, it was not convenient to insert advertisements in the live broadcast of the play. On the other hand, the frequency of his activities was a little too high. The bosses were almost out of money. Now that his net worth had reached a certain level, sometimes, he would rather not accept the offer than to lower the price easily. In layman's terms, lowering the price would harm his status, which was not beneficial to his long-term profits. Sitting in the car, Chen Guang racked his brains. Who should he talk to about this? He also wanted Rao Xinghai's money. That was 1 billion. He had no qualms about taking it. However, he also felt uncomfortable. He always felt that the value of his company in the future might not only stop at the level of 20 billion yuan. In this way, it was still possible that Rao Xinghai and his Rising Sea Insurance Company would make money, so he was not very happy. He could not help but complain in his heart, these old men are so unreasonable. If they want to give me money, they can just give me money. Why do they have to target my shares? Although 5% was not much, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. In the future, the mosquito would mutate and become a huge steak. Moreover, once he took the money, it meant that he had accepted their goodwill, and he would be tied to these people again. He was really quite annoying. However, it seemed like as long as Axayan Qin and Wu Miaowan were still in the Guangding General Administration, he would not be able to escape as the retired general director. No matter how resolute he sounded, if the two little Lolas were in trouble, could he not care less? It seemed like it did not matter whether he took the money or not. Unknowingly, as his thoughts ran wild, he thought of a rather reliable candidate. She was an expert, knew the ways of doing business, and knew his special identity. Most importantly, he had not seen her for some time, and he missed her from time to time. Yes, the candidate was Lu Fei. As soon as he called, he was elated. What a coincidence. Lu Fei had just returned from the neighboring Wutua town yesterday, and she was about to look for him. After meeting Lu Fei at a cafe, Chen Guang went out excitedly. When he arrived at the private room, Lu Fei was already waiting for him inside. I saw that you usually drink tea, so I didn't order coffee for you. When I just came over, I brought a packet of Longjing tea from my father's friend. You can drink it yourself. Chen Guang took the tea box from Lu Fei, carefully grabbed a small handful from inside, and threw it into the Tongtian Holy Grail. Then, he happily made a pot of water. His nose was full of the fresh and tranquil tea fragrance. Longjing tea is such a good thing. What do you mean by drink it yourself? I even drink Humao Feng tea. Didn't you just call to ask me something? Say it. Lu Fei took a sip of coffee, rested her chin on her elbow, and looked at Chen Guang with her head tilted. Chen Guang was not the same as the people in her circle. Just like this Longjing tea, it was a good thing, but she would never take it out of her house for others to drink. Other people might have their own channels to get it, but they would never be like Chen Guang. He was clearly worth hundreds of millions and had a high position of power, but he still looked so precious and happy. Lu Fei felt that Chen Guang was not pretending to be happy to please her, but he was really happy. As for others, even Zhong Bai and Wang Qing, who had a particularly good relationship with each other, would never be happy for such a small thing. They were used to that kind of extravagant life. Even if they also showed such cheerful expressions, it was most likely to be to make her happy. Lu Fei felt that Chen Guang was particularly real, but at the same time, particularly mysterious. His driving skills were the first thing that attracted her, but after knowing him for a long time, Lu Fei found that Chen Guang seemed to be omnipotent. Later, she learned that he was a living magician in his previous life. His entire body was filled with a sense of mystery and indescribable charm. But the rarest thing about him was that no matter how his status changed, he maintained a rare heart. You wouldn't be able to find such a man even if you searched for a lantern. Why are you distracted? I'm done. Chen Guang patted her on the shoulder. Lu Fei came back to her senses, ran her fingers through her hair in embarrassment, and grinned. I'm sorry, I was fascinated by you. Chen Guang, I'll give you 118 points for this reason of being in a daze. The full score is 100 points, and the extra 18 points will be divided into 3 sixes. He repeated it to Lu Fei again. This time, Lu Fei listened carefully. She was not in a hurry to answer Chen Guang, but used her fingers to play with the spoon in the coffee cup. Chen Guang did not rush her, and blew on his tea. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes, okay, almost. Lu Fei suddenly looked up at Chen Guang. I'll take it. Chen Guang nodded. Okay. Chapter 944. Ah. You're not even going to ask me why. You definitely won't harm me. I can't make a decision. You know better than me. If you think it's time to take it, then take it. So infuriating. I've just come up with a whole bunch of reasons to convince you. Chen Guang snappily said, since I'm here to ask for your opinion, you help me decide. Why do you need to convince me? Lu Fei fiercely looked at him, you're really lazy. Chen Guang chuckled, this is not me being lazy. This is called knowing people well. If I don't have to use my brain, why do I have to be so tired? I have to spend my energy on other things. That's true. You're a great magister. You're a bureau chief. Oh, you're no longer one now. Don't you want to know why I suggested you take it? Also, there's actually another way to take it. Say it. Chen Guang didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Well, first of all, you also want this money, right? Although I don't know what you want, I always feel that your ability to spend money is as good as your ability to earn money. In fact, capital is like this. Forever relying on your own money to do business. That's the experience of the older generation. It's no longer applicable in this era. Capital has its advantages and disadvantages, but it's in line with the laws of the modern economy. In this matter, that Tang Shaokai is the best among our younger generation. Then, you don't want others to take advantage of you. Even if it's only 5% of the shares, you don't want to share your results with people you don't know in the future. After all, at that time, maybe this 5% of the shares will be worth more. In addition, although you took the initiative to give up the bureau chief position, you're unhappy because of this matter. You also feel at ease taking the compensation they give you. In summary, whether it's for the development of the company or for your own comfort, you have to take this money. Chen Guang nodded, that's the reason. Lu Fei suddenly smiled wickedly. So, this is the solution I came up with. 5% of the shares will be given to them, but not to the Tianguang agency that you and Tang Shaokai are working with. Instead, you will set up another subsidiary of Tianguang agency. It will be financially independent from the current Tianguang agency, but the management will be like a parent and subsidiary company. The name will be Tianguang Culture. Tianguang Media is good at everything. On the one hand, if you let Rising Ocean Corporation invest in Tianguang brokerage, you'll be making money, and the company will have a large amount of cash flow. However, the 19% of shares that Tang Shaokai occupies will appreciate too quickly and too easily. On the other hand, your foundation is Tianguang Agency. If you're unhappy in the future, you can turn Tianguang Culture or Tianguang Media into an empty shell. Of 2. Tianguang Agency. Most people to say. To ordinary. Ordinary. Not to you. However, your situation is special. Tang Shaokai will definitely not object. In fact, he doesn't care about the benefits of investing in you. As for Rising Sea, no matter how harsh your conditions are, it won't be a problem. Since he came to you, he must have accepted a mission. The people in Beijing only care about whether the money will be delivered to you in a reasonable manner. This way, the people in Beijing will be more satisfied. Rao Xinghai of Rising Sea has no choice. He will think of a way to explain to the other shareholders of Rising Sea. Even if he pays from his own pocket or seeks funding from others, he will find the money for you. Chen Guang's eyes gradually brightened. He asked, can the parent company and the subsidiary company be completely financially independent? Lu Fei raised her eyebrows. Of course. They're both independent legal entities. However, because of you, they added an agreement that temporarily allows the subsidiary company to be completely controlled by the parent company. Actually, they're two relatively independent entities. Actually, you can let Tianguang Agency control part of the subsidiary company. However, in principle, you and Tang Xiaokai would have to inject a certain amount of capital. It's meaningless. Instead, Tang Xiaokai would take advantage of you. I have another question. If I set up an empty subsidiary company and take 1 billion yuan from Rao Xinghai and only give him 5%, they'll still have to say something about it, right? Lu Fei rolled her eyes. Idiot. Can't you just buy some IP to put on a show? Besides, aren't you already the most popular IP in the country? You're so smart. It's enough to have a confidant in life. Why don't you help me? Lu Fei shook her head violently. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your petty tricks. Chen Guang was angry that he was being looked down upon. However, on second thought, the person in front of him could buy a Porsche 918. She was a hidden tycoon with a family worth more than $10 billion. It seemed like this was just a petty trick to her. After dinner, Chen Guang and Lu Fei went their separate ways. It wasn't that they didn't have any ideas, but Lu Fei had to fly to the sea at night. She was busier than Chen Guang. When Rao Xinghai received Chen Guang's call, it was already past 8 at night. After hearing Chen Guang's request, Rao Xinghai felt that he had wasted half of his life doing business. You really have a big heart. You think you're losing out by buying 5% of your shares for 1 billion. Can you be a little more reasonable? I can't even get the shares of your parent company, yet you're setting up a wholly owned subsidiary company and giving me 5%. How can you be so shameless? How can you be so shameless? How can I explain this to the other shareholders of Rising Sea? Unfortunately, Chen Guang didn't seem interested in negotiating with him at all. In any case, this matter was settled. Can you handle it or accept it? Let's do it. If you can't handle it, I won't rely on your money to live. We'll go our separate ways. Chen Guang didn't say it clearly, but his meaning was clear. No matter how angry Rao Xinghai was, he could only report it as it was. On the way back to the office, Chen Guang received an unexpected call. It was from Old Master Jean. Chen Guang chatted with him briefly. Old Master Jean didn't reveal too much to him. He was just concerned about Chen Guang's current mental state. He was afraid that Chen Guang had a hard time getting over it. Chen Guang didn't like other old masters, but Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage's grandfather had been helping him from the beginning. He couldn't be cold to him, so he spoke politely to him. Before hanging up, Old Master Jin hinted to Chen Guang about Xinghai. Old Master Jin must have received Rao Xinghai's report and called to dispel Chen Guang's concerns. Chen Guang pretended not to understand, so he didn't explain it to him. However, Chen Guang knew that Rao Xinghai had lowered his head at the speed of light. Perhaps Old Master Jin was the one who instructed Rao Xinghai to do this. However, they would never understand. Although Chen Guang loved money, he was no longer as attractive to him when he had money to a certain extent. It was already 9 p.m. when he arrived at the office. Su Li had already gotten off work, and Lu Xiaoyang was still working on the copyrights. Chen Guang called Yu Hong and Fang Tianyu, who were still working overtime, to his office and announced his decision to them. After some discussion, the subsidiary company would be named Tianguang Media. It would still be Chen Guang's legal representative. It would be an empty shell for the time being. The specific arrangements were left to Yu Hong and Fang Tianyu. Chen Guang would be the one to do it. Since Lu Xiaoliang was also working on the copyrights, Chen Guang didn't want to waste his energy. He called Lu Xiaoliang and told him to buy some copyrights when he was free. It didn't matter if it was variety shows, animations, or American dramas. He could even buy some of the copyrights for web novels. Other than a certain book called Billionaire Young Master's Cruel and Doting Wife, Please Love Me 1001 Times, everything else was fine. After buying these copyrights, they would all be placed under Tianguang Media. As for the funds needed for the acquisition, they would discuss the project for the time being. When Rao Zhenghai was done with the matter and sent the money to them, they would immediately start work. After that, Chen Guang called Tang Xiaokai, who was far away overseas. Actually, he didn't need to specifically communicate with Tang Xiaokai about this. However, Tang Xiaokai had given him money and people in the early stages of his business. He was very kind. Now, he had to make things clear and let him understand that he had no intention of abandoning him to avoid any future conflicts. Tang Xiaokai was a sensible person. Although Chen Guang's actions had caused Tang Jia Fund to make a lot less money in a certain sense, he didn't expect to make a return on his investment in Tianguang Media. He hadn't even lost all his money yet. Instead, his investment of $20 million had increased a few times in value. That was already a pleasant surprise. Besides, Shanghai's decision had nothing to do with him. It was the higher-ups who wanted to send money to Chen Guang through another channel. Tang Xiaokai was actually glad that he didn't have to take the blame again. In the end, Tang Xiaokai took a roundabout approach and mentioned another matter to Chen Guang. "Brother Guang, what's going on between you and my sister recently?" Chen Guang was stunned. "What's wrong? What did Sister Ing say to you?" "Sister, brother, the two of you are so romantic." Cough, cough. "My sister didn't say anything. Wasn't she preparing her thesis when you were organizing the language conference?" "Yeah." "What's wrong?" "She's already published her thesis. I found someone to publish it for her. It's published in a rather high-class journal. Recently, that journal is planning to organize an academic exchange. She didn't intend to come when they invited her, but she changed her mind on the day that the World Language Conference you organized ended. Recently, she's been busy wrapping up matters at the hospital." "Did you two quarrel?" "No." "So what?" Brother Guang, it's not that I want to criticize you, but don't be fooled by my sister's cheerful appearance. She hasn't been close to many guys since she was young. As her younger brother, I don't have the right to interfere in your affairs. But since the rice has been cooked, Brother Guang, you can't go back on your words. Let me tell you, don't think that a celebrity like Jin Shiyue is so high and mighty, but when it comes to living, my sister is still better. Think about when you're sick." Chen Guang was stunned. "The rice has been cooked. When did that happen? Why can't I remember? That's not right." There was a time when he and Tang Ying fell down together, and Tang Xiaokai, who had just returned to China, bumped into them. All right, Chen Guang thought about what happened on the plane with Tang Ying. It didn't seem that pure after all. To a certain extent, he was right. As for why Tang Ying suddenly wanted to go to America after the World Language Conference, Chen Guang naturally understood. She was hiding and pretending to be an ostrich. Despicable. No wonder she didn't call me recently. Even when I'm going to squander again, she didn't make any moves. This sister wants to go back on her words after losing the bet. Shameless. She can even go back on her words. Chen Guang looked at his watch. It was 10 p.m. He wondered if Tang Ying was still on duty at the hospital. He decided to check on her first. He didn't really want her to honor her words. Even if she wants to write off her words, he has to agree first. It's not harmonious for her to break the contract unilaterally. Chapter 945. Actually, going to the hospital to look for Tang Ying at this time was a bit of a stroke of luck, but Chen Guang didn't expect that she would actually be blocked. Just as he walked up the stairs, he saw Tang Ying hurrying out of her office in a white coat. Her hair looked a little messy, and her complexion didn't seem to be very good, looking a little pale. It seemed that she had been trying her best to clean up the mess on hand in order to escape, and it was quite tiring. She walked quickly, looking down at her phone with a frown. He didn't know what had happened to make her so anxious. Chen Guang saw that she was walking straight towards him with her head lowered, so he deliberately didn't make a sound. When she got closer, he suddenly let out a cry. "Where are you going?" "Ah!" Tang Ying let out a sharp scream. She looked up abruptly and saw that it was Chen Guang. She was instantly embarrassed and angry. "What are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Chen Guang didn't expect her to be so loud, so he hurriedly made a shushing gesture. "Lower your voice. It's midnight in the hospital, and the patients are all asleep. It's forbidden to make noise." Tang Ying gave him a dirty look. "It's all your fault. You scared me when you had nothing better to do, and now you're lecturing me." Chen Guang grinned. "It's all because you're always looking down at your phone when you're walking. People like you are the type of people who keep their heads down on the internet." Tang Ying tugged at his shirt. "Go away. Don't you know?" Chen Guang was stunned. "Don't know what? You really don't know? I thought you came because of Miss Tong. What's wrong with her? Why didn't she tell you when something happened to her?" Tang Ying said as she pulled Chen Guang to the emergency department of the inpatient department. Chen Guang followed behind, confused. He subconsciously thought that something might have happened to Wu Tong. What's going on? He was a little anxious. He knew that Wu Tong had come back to be the bureau chief. Previously, because he had to solve the problem of the internal force martial artist, he did not want to involve her, a police chief who was between an ordinary person and a related person. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, he deliberately did not contact Wu Tong to avoid arousing suspicion. Otherwise, with her overflowing sense of justice and sometimes reckless behavior, coupled with her little bit of power and connections to inquire about relevant matters, it would be troublesome if she were to follow them. Ever since the last time Chen Guang held a piano performance in Beijing, Wu Tong led a team to provide security for him. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they rarely even called each other. Wu Tong was well aware of this. She was helpless, but there was nothing she could do. Ever since Chen Guang became the director of the Guangdong General Administration, she had also inquired about a lot of information from Wu Shan. Gradually, Wu Shan told her that what Chen Guang was facing now was beyond the level of his qualifications as the head of the department. Things had become unimaginably troublesome. If ordinary people were to get involved, on the one hand, they might encounter unimaginable dangers. On the other hand, it would also become a breakthrough point for others to threaten Chen Guang. It was precisely because she knew these things that Wu Tong deliberately kept a distance from Chen Guang on the surface. When she returned to Wujing to be the director, she simply told Chen Guang that she was back. It wasn't because she was afraid of danger. After all, being a police officer wasn't a safe job. She just didn't want to be a burden to Chen Guang, especially after she heard that he sent his family overseas. Thus, she was even more determined in her decision. Sometimes she would think that Chen Guang's growth was too fast. It was as if he was just an insignificant young man in school who still needed her protection. But in the blink of an eye, he ran a company and became the director. He suddenly rose to a height that was difficult for her to reach. The change was too fast, and she was caught off guard. From time to time, when she was busy with work, Wu Tong would think about what kind of existence she was to Chen Guang. What kind of role did she play in his heart? Did he not care about her? Of course not. When she was kidnapped by the World Destroyer, her life was hanging by a thread. At that time, Chen Guang was not strong at all. He descended from the sky with his bare hands and saved her from certain death. In this world, besides him, there was no other man who could do such a thing. At that time, the two of them had only met each other a few times. They were just friends who got along well with each other. There was even a small conflict between them. Although they claimed to be sister and brother, they were not related by blood. Wu Tong even put herself in Chen Guang's shoes. When faced with such a choice, she was afraid that she would not be as brave and fearless as he was. Therefore, he definitely cared about her. But in the end, no one was perfect. This bad brother of hers also had the bad habits that his peers should have. His heart was always wandering. Fortunately, she did not expect anything. She was older than him by 5 years. It was good that they maintained their current relationship, and there was no pressure on them. Wu Tong actually vaguely knew about the destruction of the Shadow Alliance. She also knew about Chen Guang's recent movements and also knew about his resignation. These were all news that she heard from Wu Shan, who was close to the higher-ups and was the representative of the younger generation. Until now, Wu Tong had not taken the initiative to contact Chen Guang. On one hand, it was because she was busy with work. On the other hand, she knew that Chen Guang had a lot of things to do. But most importantly, she wanted to see when this heartless brat would think of her. Ever since she found out that Chen Guang had resigned, she had been counting the time every day. If this guy didn't call in another 3 days and insisted on contacting him, then he would be dead. In the end, she was unlucky. Originally, ever since she became the bureau chief, whether it was the people in the bureau or her father, Wu Shan, they were determined not to give her the opportunity to personally go to work. In order to find a chance to rush to the front line, Wu Tong had recently stopped driving to and from work. Instead, she took the subway. Even if she could only catch a thief, it would be enough to satisfy her craving. Today, she bumped into one and was immediately overjoyed. Usually, with her skills, it was too easy to deal with a thief. But today, that guy seemed to be on steroids. After she found him at the subway station, he turned around and ran extremely fast. Even with Wu Tong's top-notch stamina among the male students in Shun's special training camp, she almost couldn't catch up. Later, when she was about to catch up, that guy turned around and threw the large-screen smartphone he had just stolen at her. Why did he emphasize the large screen? It was because the phone really hurt when it hit her shoulder. But after that guy threw the phone like a cannonball, he strangely fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Wu Tong still managed to handcuff him with one hand. She turned around and saw that the phone that hit her shoulder was completely deformed on the ground. Her collarbone was swollen and painful. Her collarbone was actually broken by the phone that was thrown at her so close. Wu Tong was extremely shocked. She was not an ordinary person. She was well-trained and proficient in fighting. Her bones were far harder than ordinary people. And who could easily break a person's collarbone with a phone? Who could throw a phone like a cannonball with so much force? You're not Chen Guang. Wu Tong struggled to call her colleagues in the bureau to send this guy to the hospital with her. But on the way to the hospital, that guy woke up and seemed to be fine. On the way, she actually wanted to call Chen Guang and tell him that she was injured today. But she finally endured it. Since she said that she would endure it, she couldn't easily admit defeat. Do you know? Your big sis is injured. Although I don't know why she didn't tell you about it, when you see her later, you can't tell her that you came to see me. No matter how you lie, you have to say that you found out about it and came to see her. Just treat it as a way to make her happy. Tang Ying led the way in front while whispering to Chen Guang. Chen Guang nodded. Yeah, I know. I'd like to see what kind of thief was able to break Sister Wu Tong's bones. Vaguely, he suddenly realized that Tang Ying's decision to run away might not be because she wanted to renege on the bet. But he didn't say it out loud. It was meaningless. History had taught him that it was useless to overthink things. As the saying goes, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. That was the right path in life. The two walked side by side into the emergency surgery consultation room. Wu Tong, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, frowned and deep in thought, suddenly turned to look at the two of them. Her face suddenly blossomed into a smile. You. Why are you here? Tang Ying secretly rolled her eyes. She knew it would turn out like this. The two of them had obviously come in together, but this guy who only cared about the opposite sex completely ignored her. Chen Guang hesitated for a moment. Actually, he didn't want to lie. Just now, to his surprise, Tang Ying, who was standing beside him, seemed to have seen through his thoughts and interrupted him. I bumped into him on the way here. Your little brother sure is resourceful. He found out the moment you got into trouble. Since Tang Ying had already lied, Chen Guang couldn't just turn around and expose her in front of her face. He could only chuckle. I say, you're really something. You're already a bureau chief. Why do you have to catch a thief yourself? Wu Tong raised her uninjured hand and clenched her fist. My hands are itchy. She believed what Tang Ying said. It was unlikely that Tang Ying was the one who informed Chen Guang. After all, when she arrived at the hospital, she found out that the doctor on duty was a male doctor. She didn't want him to bandage her, so she texted Tang Ying. The doctor on duty was relieved. After saying goodbye to Tang Ying, he retreated out of the treatment room and closed the door behind him. Tang Ying went to lock the treatment room door. She then turned to look at Chen Guang. She couldn't be bothered to ask for Wu Tong's opinion. She simply said, all right, you two can stop reminiscing. Miss Tong, take off your coat first. I'll check your injuries. She had bandaged Wu Tong's wounds many times since she was young. Sometimes, she even felt that it was all thanks to Wu Tong that she fell in love with being a doctor. Oh, Wu Tong gritted her teeth and started to take off her coat. She really didn't care about Chen Guang. She didn't think it was necessary at all. Chen Guang felt his heart ache when he saw Wu Tong's face turn red from the pain. He walked up to her and gently placed his fingers on her collarbone. He channeled some inner force into her body to suppress the pain a little. Wu Tong was stunned. She turned to look at him. You've really become a martial arts master? Chen Guang grunted. The person in front of you is the current, oh no, the greatest martial arts master in history. Cocky. Wu Tong rolled her eyes. With Tang Ying's help, she carefully took off her coat. She was only wearing a sky blue bra inside. Chapter 946. Hearing those words, Chen Guang's calm face froze with his hands trembling. He might be close to Wu Tong, but he had never taken advantage of her eyes in the past. Fortunately, his acting skills had reached perfection. Although his heart was pounding, he didn't show it on his face. Tang Ying sneaked a peek at Chen Guang's expression before focusing all her attention on Tang Ying. Wu Tong was actually quite shy, but her shoulder was hurting badly and it didn't seem like a big deal to let him take a look. As expected of an outstanding student from Shun's special training camp. Although Wutong's neck was blushing, her face was completely under control. But that wasn't the end. Tang Ying squinted her eyes and carefully examined Wutong's collarbone. She lifted her fingers and gently pulled open the strap of her bra. "Alright, I need to fix the bandages on your upper body and take off your bra." Wutong glared at her. "Ha! Ha! What ha?" It wasn't the first time, so he was quick. "Forget it, Chen Guang, help me undo the strap." Chen Guang gulped down a mouthful of saliva and felt that he had done a great job as a nurse. Sister Wutong, I'll do it." Wutong's body stiffened and she snorted. Alright. Be gentle." Chen Guang placed his finger on it and clumsily pulled it open, bit by bit. With a click, it unlocked. "You're so slow. What haven't you two done before? Why are you pretending to be innocent?" Tang Ying impatiently pulled the sky-blue bra away from the front and emphasized, "Lady Tong, don't move your hands around. Otherwise, your injuries will worsen." "Yo, you're jumping around happily." "Lady Ying, shut up." Wutong couldn't hold it in anymore. She had seen Chen Guang's every move before, but now there was a third party around. It was a little too stimulating. Unknowingly, her skin gradually turned pink and she had goosebumps all over her body. After a long while, Wutong finally calmed down. Fortunately, her back was facing that guy and he couldn't see anything. "Wait, what is this? Damn it. What a scam." Wutong raised her head and looked at the mirror in front of her, as well as Chen Guang's shifty eyes that were staring at her chest through the mirror. "I'm done for, I've been seen naked. Forget it, I'll just watch. I won't lose any meat anyway." Chen Guang's eyes widened. At first, he had the same thought as Wutong that he could not see anything behind him. However, the mirror in the emergency room was a standard feature. It was hung on the wall, so he could see it when he raised his head. Tang Ying, who had just returned from concocting the medicine, almost laughed out loud when she saw the two of them staring at each other dumbstruck. No one knew what was going through Tang Ying's mind. She subconsciously pushed Wutong's chest and turned to Chen Guang with a smirk. "Are you dumbfounded?" Wutong was agitated and screamed, "Oh! Don't mess around. Don't move. Don't move. I've applied some ointment for you." Chen Guang looked at the two trembling bunnies and thought to himself, the old man didn't learn that dart technique for nothing. My eyesight is really good. Those clear skin lines, that color, that tall and straight figure. Cough, cough. Take it, take it. Tang Ying stopped fooling around and became obedient. She quickly applied the ointment for Wutong. At this moment, Wutong's collarbone was red and swollen. Tang Ying's movements were also very careful. Although Wutong grimaced in pain from time to time, she forced herself to endure it. Since she was half naked, she felt a little awkward, so she decided to say something to divert attention. She imitated Guangong's imposing manner of scraping bones to treat wounds and said casually, "The thief we caught today is really strange. He looks so skinny, but he's so strong. It's weird. A skinny man who could easily injure Wutong." Chen Guang's eyes were still staring at the mirror shamelessly, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He subconsciously thought that Wutong's words were related to inner force martial artists. But on second thought, he felt that it was unlikely. The saying that the poor study while the rich practice martial arts was not groundless. Without some financial foundation, it was impossible to practice martial arts. Those who were able to practice martial arts were either from various sects or clans. Even if they weren't, they were at least from wealthy families. Almost no poor person would be able to practice martial arts without any financial foundation. But as long as they were successful, the worst they could do was at least at the level of Lu Chao's bodyguard, Tai Fan Shu. For example, Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan's sects were small and incomparable to the 3 aristocratic families, the 8 major sects, and the 27 sections. They belonged to the 4th tier of sects in Jianghu, but they never had to worry about money. It was impossible for someone who had to sneak around on the subway to possess inner force. At present, almost all inner force martial artists had been registered in the headquarters, so there were very few who were wandering outside. Most of them were senior experts who had been living in seclusion for years, so it was even more impossible for them to be thieves. Chen Guang couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person was he? He asked, "Where is he now?" Wu Tong said, "He went to the hospital for a simple examination and found that there was nothing wrong with him. He has been sent to the detention center. Then I'll go meet him and see what kind of person he is." "Save it. You've already caught him. Are you going to beat him up? Wouldn't that be lynching?" "Don't worry. Stealing and assaulting a police officer are enough to make him suffer. You'd better not interfere with my work. With your bad temper, you can make small things into big things." Wu Tong immediately rejected Chen Guang's proposal. Seeing that she insisted, Chen Guang didn't say anything else. He secretly laughed at himself. He had just thrown away the title of the director of the Guangding headquarters, but he still hadn't completely adjusted his mentality. He was subconsciously worried about the country and the people. Letting out a sigh, Chen Guang replied, "All right, I'll listen to you. But you have to be careful. It's easy for you to make enemies out of your position, so you have to tell me if anything happens. I'm not bragging, but I'm really powerful now. I can fight 100 people in minutes." Okay. Don't worry. I won't be stubborn." On the other side, Tang Ying deftly fixed Wu Tong's bandages and splints. Then, she clapped her hands. "Done. You're also an old patient. You know you have to move your hands less. Eat more vegetables, eggs, and meat. I won't emphasize it to you. Come to me tomorrow and the day after, I'll change your dressing." Although her real profession wasn't orthopedics, her skills were extremely high. The triangular bandages were quite exquisite. Next to her, Chen Guang asked, "I don't need to be hospitalized?" He pretended to ask as he continued to glance at the mirror. "Sigh, there's nothing to see." Her upper body was tightly bound by bandages and splints. Her upper body was tightly wrapped and airtight. Wu Tong waved her hand indifferently. "Why would I need to be hospitalized for such a small injury? I'll be fine in a few days." She wasn't being stubborn. When she was studying and training in the police academy, she had fallen from a platform several meters high. Her fall was much worse than this one, but it didn't take long for her to recover. Her bone healing ability was far stronger than the average person's. This was probably the real secret behind her strong close combat ability despite being a woman. It was a natural gift. Chen Guang turned to look at Tang Ying. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't bring it up. Instead, he said to Wu Tong, "You can't drive now. Why don't I send you home?" Wu Tong nodded. "Okay, then we'll go back now. Miss Ying, can you help me put on my clothes?" As she said that, she slightly tugged at the bandages under her chest. "Miss Ying, you're too tight. Are you trying to flatten me?" "Shut up. Your bones are fractured. If you don't fix them tighter, you'll move around and injure yourself." Tang Ying couldn't be bothered to talk to her. Just as she put on her coat, Wu Tong's phone rang again. She picked it up and chatted for a while before hanging up. She looked at Chen Guang dejectedly. "Sigh, forget it. Chen Guang, you can go back by yourself. My dad said he's coming to pick me up. After saying that, she seemed to be afraid that Wu Shan would bump into Chen Guang. She got up and hurried to the door. As soon as she opened the door, Wu Shan's voice came from outside. I told you to be more obedient, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're hurt, right? Happy now? Wu Shan scolded Wu Tong. None of your business. Aren't you the same? You're hurt less, aren't you? Why are you like this again? All right. I got it. I'll be more careful next time. Let's go. I'll go say thank you to Tang Ying. Tang Ying has already returned to her office. She's very busy. She doesn't have time to wait for you to say thank you. Besides, there's no need for thanks between us sisters. Let's go. As Wu Tong and Wu Shan's voices faded away, Chen Guang was left in a daze as he had no idea what was going on. Chen Guang turned to look at Tang Ying. What's going on? It seems like Sister Wu Tong is asking me to avoid talking to Uncle Wu Shan. Tang Ying's eyes flickered slightly, but seeing that she couldn't avoid it, she sighed. She told me about it yesterday. Isn't it because of you? What's wrong? You used to work in a very special department, right? Chen Guang nodded. Yes, very special. What's her name? Tang Ying's curiosity was suddenly piqued. I asked her, but she wouldn't tell me. She only said that the confidentiality level is very high. According to the rules, she doesn't even have the right to know. If she tells me, it's against the rules. There's nothing that can't be said here. It's up to me whether or not I can keep it a secret. Ha! Light swollen chrysanthemum. Chen Guang knew it would be like this. Wrong. What nonsense are you thinking about? Light as in radiance, calm as in sea stabilizing needle. Tang Ying looked him up and down. What a perverted name. Did you come up with it? I'm really innocent. But I heard that when I was named, it was because of the word light in my name. Alright, let's not talk about the name anymore. Anyway, Lady Tong said that it's easy for you to resign and leave, but it seems that some people don't want to let you off the hook completely. Their original intention was to let your old friend, Wu Shan, interact with you more. They don't want you to be a free man. Uncle Wu Shan will advance soon, but the things he's in charge of shouldn't be much different from now. If he maintains a relationship with you, he might be able to meet some people's needs. Chapter 947. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. President Rao was not the only backup plan prepared by the elders. These people were good at playing one trick behind his back. On one hand, they wanted him to give up his power, but on the other hand, they did not want to let go of his influence among the inner force users. Perhaps more importantly, they did not want to let go of his peerless martial arts that allowed him to kill Ouyang Tianqing. In the end, they still wanted to turn him into their tool. Tang Ying saw that he was distracted and looked at him curiously. How powerful are you now? I'm a professional doctor, but I can't see any changes with my naked eye. No, your muscles are a little stronger, but you're just a person with a nose and eyes. You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Guang looked around and ran to the sink to find the faucet. He placed his thumb and index finger on the metal faucet and exerted some force. Here, see for yourself how powerful I am. Tang Ying walked over slowly and stared at the faucet. There were 2 clear fingerprints on the metal faucet. How did you do it? Tang Ying was shocked. He only used 2 fingers to exert a little force. He didn't even see him use much strength, but it was already like this. It was merely 2 fingers. How much strength did he have? Chen Guang chuckled. Just a little pinch and it's like this. Tang Ying still could not understand. From a medical point of view, Chen Guang's bones and muscles were like a hydraulic press. Tang Ying wanted to examine his hand again, but there was a knock on the door. Section Chief Tang. Can I come in now? Tang Ying could not care less about Chen Guang. She quickly picked up the bra that Wu Tong had left on the blanket. What's wrong? Come in. The male doctor from the emergency department poked his head in. Section Chief Tang, you guys, Tang Ying understood and quickly said. Okay. We'll go now. When the man turned and left, Tang Ying grabbed the sky blue bra on the bed and stuffed it into Chen Guang's hand. Take it. Chen Guang took it in his hand. He could still feel the warmth of her body through his fingers. What? Take care of your sister's things for her. I'm so busy right now that I don't have time to send them back to her. Whether you want to keep them for yourself or send them back to her, that's up to you. Sister Tang Ying, I still need a pair of lace underwear. Scram. The two walked out of the emergency room. Tang Ying then said, forget it, I won't ask you anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my shift. When she said this, Chen Guang felt that her eyes were slightly evasive. It was obvious that she had remembered the bet and was pretending not to know. She really wanted to go back on her word. Sister Tang Ying, I saw another chief physician in your office. You're not on duty today, right? Tang Ying was taken aback. Fine, you saw through me. Chen Guang suddenly took a deep breath and asked, so, you want to go back on your word? Tang Ying's body trembled. She was slightly stunned at first, but she soon noticed the provocative look in Chen Guang's eyes. Who said I want to go back on my word? Then I heard from someone that you're planning to run to America. Did little Kai tell you that? Don't worry about where I heard it from. Just tell me, are you trying to go back on your word? If you really want to go back on your word, then just say it. I won't say another word. I've always been a reasonable person. But I'll never bet with you again. Sigh, this is a game of luck. Go. I, Tang Ying, always mean what I say. I never go back on my word. Last time, even. I was on the plane because of you. Then why do you suddenly want to go to America? Don't tell me you think I'm afraid I'll let Miss Tong down, so I'm purposely avoiding you. Unexpectedly, Tang Ying took the initiative to say this. Isn't that so? This time, it was Chen Guang's turn to be at a loss. Tang Ying smiled disdainfully. Are you kidding me? If I really thought that way, I would have ignored you a long time ago. I know your sister Wu Tong's thoughts better than anyone else. I can guarantee you that she doesn't mind at all. Back then, when we were watching porn together, we even. Ahem. Anyway, this has nothing to do with her. Chen Guang's eyes lit up. What's going on between the two of you? Get lost. Are you going to listen to my explanation? Listen. Tang Ying composed herself and sighed. To tell you the truth, I've been back in China for more than half a year. I've met many patients and finished my thesis. But recently, I've encountered some unpleasant issues when publishing my thesis. I had to ask little Kai for help to resolve them. Let's not talk about these trivial matters. Anyway, I'm a little disappointed with the state of research in China. I feel that staying in the hospital is a little boring. I plan to take this opportunity to visit my alma mater. If it's possible, I'd like Morelands and Gokyo University's medical department to jointly set up a research institute. I'm just going to switch from clinical to scientific research. If I'm just going to be a clinical doctor for the rest of my life, I won't be able to save many people. Only by switching to scientific research and making some achievements in academia can I realize my ambition. In the past half a year, I've pretty much figured out the situation in China. It's time to take the next step. Nobel Prize in Medicine. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes and looked at her. He had intended to tease her, but unexpectedly, Tang Ying raised her eyebrows. That's right. This is my lifelong pursuit. For this, I can stay single for the rest of my life, just like your sister Wu Tong, who swore to catch all the criminals in the world. The two of you are really good friends. Tang Ying covered her mouth and laughed. You can call it birds of a feather. Chen Guang also laughed. He finally understood the real situation in Tang Ying and Wu Tong's hearts, and he felt a lot more relieved. He and Tang Ying had known each other for a long time. If this kind of words came out of someone else's mouth, it might seem a little ridiculous. However, the person who said this was the youngest doctor in the famous Moorlands Medical College in the past 20 years, and she was already famous both domestically and abroad at such a young age. Chen Guang knew that she was serious. When she said these words in a seemingly joking tone, her eyes flashed with the brilliance of incomparable determination. People will always be great because of their dreams. Moreover, Tang Ying's seemingly unreachable dream was great in itself. Chen Guang's slightly out-of-control desire from taking advantage of Wu Tong's eyes in the mirror had unknowingly dissipated a lot. Okay, I understand, but I don't know how I can help you. If you need anything, just let me know. It was a pity that Tang Ying was not short of money. Otherwise, Chen Guang felt that if she wanted to set up a research institute, he would be able to sponsor some of it. However, when he thought about her rich younger brother and her family's assets, there was no need for him to help. Okay, thank you for your kindness. Chen Guang hesitated for a moment. Then, about the bet, forget it. Just pretend I never mentioned it. Seeing how Tang Ying was obsessed with knowledge and had lofty ambitions, Chen Guang felt ashamed of his inferiority. Her brilliance made him seem like a vile person. Really? Tang Ying tilted her head and looked straight at him. Chen Guang nodded reluctantly. Really? You won't regret it. No. Come on. Looking at your aggrieved face, even I feel sorry for you. Don't look down on me. Although I plan to stay single for the rest of my life, I don't reject men. I am also a normal woman. What do you mean? Tang Ying smiled meaningfully. You know what I mean. Chen Guang's eyes widened. He roughly understood what Tang Ying meant. What did the old man have to deserve? Okay, it's just that I've been too busy recently. Otherwise, I would have fulfilled my promise for you tonight. Anyway, I'm telling you, you don't have to worry. Sigh, poor me, I only know how to deal with books and patients all day. It's not easy to meet a young man that I like. You're not bad, and a lot of things have happened with you on and off. What's that saying again? Boiling a frog in warm water. Yes, I don't know if you're a frog or warm water. Anyway, we'll get to know each other sooner or later, at least until I meet a man who is more reliable and interesting than you. Do you have confidence in yourself? Chen Guang really didn't know how to answer her. It didn't seem right to say that he had confidence in himself. It was strange for her to talk about such improper things with a straight face. But if he said that he wasn't confident, he would feel uncomfortable. As the two chatted, they unknowingly returned to Tang Ying's dormitory. Her roommate, the female doctor, was not around tonight. Chen Guang sat down and took a sip of the cold tea. You're not going to the on-call room? I'll go later. I need to take a break. By the way, if we can really set up a research institute, won't you be a professor at my school? Tang Ying nodded. That's right. Say hello to your teacher. Go, go, go. You want to be the director of the research institute. Aha! That's amazing. Sigh, it's a pity that I don't know how I can help you. I only have money now, but you don't lack it. Chen Guang brought up the past again and sighed. At this moment, he really didn't have any other thoughts in his mind. Unexpectedly, after listening to his words, Tang Ying's eyes gradually brightened as she looked at him. Chen Guang felt goosebumps under her gaze. You. What are you thinking about? Tang Ying suddenly straightened up and approached him. You really want to help me? Other than that kind of thing? Chen Guang nodded blankly. Of course, don't think that I only have that one function. That's right. In my eyes, you have other functions. What are you trying to say? I also know that there are some talented people in this world who can practice a kind of qigong called internal force. You said that you're already the world, oh no, the first in history. You're not bragging, are you? Chen Guang nodded. I'm not bragging. I'm telling the truth. Then does this mean that your talent in practicing internal force is countless times greater than that of ordinary people? Chen Guang nodded shamelessly. That's right. My talent is extraordinary. It's rare to see one in 1,000 years. You've shown me your ability in that area before. You even broke the wooden plank. I also know that you participated in the arm wrestling competition in Detroit. Just now, you used 2 fingers to flatten the iron pipe. I didn't deliberately think about it before, but now I want to know. How is it that your hand doesn't look particularly strong, but it can completely suppress those monstrous men in arm wrestling? Why is the strength in your hand so great? Chen Guang gradually began to panic. So, be my lab rat. Your body must be different from an ordinary person's. I even suspect that compared to ordinary people, you're superior from the genetic level. If you really want to help me, let me study you. The more Tang Ying spoke, the brighter the light in her eyes became. Step by step, she approached Chen Guang, forcing him to retreat into a corner. Her eyes were like those of a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey. They were even brighter than the LED lights on the roof. You want to slice me up? Chen Guang swallowed his saliva, his intestines turning green with regret. Chapter 948. His brain must have short-circuited. How could he not have thought of this? Perhaps there were at least tens of millions of people who wanted to study him. The number of people in official scientific research institutions could probably form a line from the east gate to the west gate of the 5 capitals. It was only because of his identity in the past, as well as the tragedy of Su Lijing, who had a high position in the academic world, and perhaps some old man's obstruction, that such a thing had not happened to him so far. But Tang Ying was different. The most important thing was that they were very familiar with each other, and their relationship was not ordinary. Others did not dare to mention it, but she could. If someone else came to mention it, he could simply kick them away, but he could not do this to Tang Ying. She might have thought of this briefly in the past, but at that time, she was still focused on clinical work and did not think of changing to scientific research. On the other hand, she did not expose this matter, and she did not show too much of an unusual side. Now, she had finally discovered it. She had also reacted. Not only was she stronger than ordinary people, but she was also stronger than the internal force martial artists who were already beyond ordinary people. This was terrible, she did not know how to make friends. What nonsense are you thinking about? How could I bear to cut you up? It's not like I'm a fool to do such a thing. Then what do you want? Just give me a sample of your body regularly. Stab me every once in a while. Do you have to be so hardcore? Nonsense, some things are more convenient to extract genes than muscles. It's not that uncomfortable, and it will be over with a close eye. Don't say it so lightly, right? With my many years of experience, even if I can only decipher the mystery of your genes that are superior to ordinary people's, it is enough to let human evolution to a new level. I even feel that you represent another stage in the evolution of mankind. Admit it, didn't you already know? I remember you once told me about God. You already had this feeling at that time, right? But from a scientific perspective, the so-called God actually refers to another type of person who is more powerful than ordinary people, like our country's legendary figures like Fuxi, Xinyuan, and Qi Yu. You don't seem to care about what I think at all. The more Chen Guang listened, the more shocked he became. At this moment, Tang Ying reminded him of another person who had died but was still alive, Nikasi Taipel. In a sense, Tang Ying and Nicole were actually quite similar. They were both mad scientists. These kinds of people looked no different from ordinary people under normal circumstances, but once their thoughts were completely opened up, they would immediately reveal their differences from ordinary people. They had extremely terrifying logical reasoning and analysis abilities. They could often find the entry point that ordinary people couldn't comprehend from the small details, and emit unimaginable ideas. This train of thought seemed absurd at times, but it was extremely logical. Great scientific achievements often came from a sudden idea after a long period of preparation, just like Newton's discovery of gravity. At this moment, Tang Yin seemed to be making wild guesses, but many of her deductions were on point. So what are you planning to do? Please give me a definite answer, I'm really scared. Didn't I already say that? I want to study your genes. Can I refuse? Then I'll die in front of you. Don't be like this. Do you want my blood or my flesh? Or should I give you a few strands of my hair? If it doesn't hurt, I don't particularly mind. For the sake of our relationship, anything can be discussed. Hair won't do. Although I can extract part of the genes, it's still the stratum corneum after all. It's not representative. Can you stop keeping me in suspense? Just give me a quick death. Tang Ying finally used her chest to push Chen Guang hard against the wall. Her hand slowly moved downwards. Her face was red, but it wasn't a red of shyness. Instead, it was a flush of excitement and ecstasy, like Columbus who discovered a new continent. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be answering Chen Guang's question. I was really stupid in the past. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Actually, I've already extracted a few samples from your body, but at that time, I didn't even realize it. What a waste of resources. As soon as her voice fell, Chen Guang's body stiffened. A certain part of him was pinched. He finally understood. After all this time, she had her eyes on his countless monkeys and grandchildren. My sister is amazing. Why didn't you say so earlier? You really scared this baby to death. Be reasonable, this can be done. I think so too. So, I'm suddenly interested in honoring the bet. Can you not be so realistic? There's no other way. I'm just that realistic. Are you interested now? Chen Guang realized that he had really been tortured tonight. Originally, when he first came here, his heart was in turmoil. Then, he met Wu Tong. When he heard that Wu Tong was injured, his heart calmed down. Then, he saw that Wu Tong's injury wasn't too serious. Between Tang Ying and Wu Tong, one was a wounded soldier, and the other was a battlefield doctor. Coupled with the spring scenery in the mirror, his calm heart started to move again. Later, he planned to use the excuse of sending Wu Tong home to have some fun, but in the end, she ran away with her father. Later, he was shocked by the ambitious Tang Ying. Ashamed of his inferiority, he activated his saint mode. In the end, it didn't take long for him to become a saint again. After so many twists and turns, he still had to have sex today. Damn it, fortunately, this old man's mind and physical body have been tempered to be as strong as iron. If it was an ordinary person, they would have collapsed to the point where their eyes would have turned black after being tossed around in such a short period of time. 5 minutes later. Are we going to start now? Okay. 10 minutes later. Are you trying to break my ribs? Can you be more precise? I think I need some Vaseline. Give me a moment. Half an hour later. Can you cooperate a little? The heat from the friction is about to ignite. You can't blame me. It's not like you don't know how good I am. Forget it. I have a little movie here. Let's cooperate. An hour passed. I can't take it anymore. Come on, I feel like it's almost done. 2 hours passed. I'll be damned if I believe you. Tang Ying glared at Chen Guang fiercely as she took out a test tube from her desk and placed it on her lower abdomen. She carefully rubbed the bank card on her body. I won't use this trick on you next time. So, are we going to do something more directly? You wish. I'll buy you a small electric motor. As Chen Guang continued to take advantage of the situation, he looked at Tang Ying. When she was done, she slapped Chen Guang's hand away and wiped her body with a napkin. She then dressed up and said, "All right, you're no longer of any value to me today. Go away. I won't be sleeping tonight. I have to deal with the sample tonight, or I'll only have 4 hours left. You know what I mean. Huh? You're not going to shower. I'm busy. I'll go to the bathroom after I'm done. Bye." With that, she took the test tube and ran away. Chen Guang thought he would be able to sleep in Tang Ying's dormitory tonight. He never expected that she would really not go back to the dormitory. He waited in the dormitory for more than 10 minutes. When Chen Guang called her again, she was already at the cold storage of Gokyo University's old campus. Well, Chen Guang packed his belongings and left. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. He used to think he knew her well enough, but she had 1,000 faces. She was like a completely different person when she was at work and in life. But on second thought, it wasn't hard to understand. If she didn't have the spirit to study without distractions, how could she have gotten a PhD from Moorlands University at the age of 26? In fact, a long time ago, Chen Guang had thought that he would eventually encounter a situation where people wanted to study him. After all, he had always been high profile. He had repeatedly displayed too many talents that surpassed his generation and race. But as his status rose, he gradually stopped worrying about such things. As long as he was unwilling, no one in this world could force him, not even the emperor himself. But he didn't expect that a thief in the house would be hard to guard against. Sister Tang Ying, who was on his side, was actually a mad scientist deep down. Moreover, her specialty matched his. Perhaps this was fate. From the first time he picked her up outside a bar when he was still on the internet, this day was destined. Forget it, let her study him. Anyway, he didn't suffer too much. Even if she really cracked some of the mysteries at the genetic level of his body, it was in fact the most basic body function among the countless skills and abilities provided by the heavenly Holy Grail. This didn't affect him being ahead of the human race and the times. It was an honor to be the cornerstone for her to realize her dream. Perhaps, years later, because of his great and generous contribution, mankind would truly achieve a leap in evolution and march out of Earth and into the universe. As the greatest lab rat in history, he would also leave a deep mark in the history of mankind together with Tang Ying. He would certainly be remembered by history and engraved on a monument. This might become the greatest sperm donation in human history. Sitting in the phaeton, Chen Guang's face was shining with the same brilliance as Tang Ying's. "I'm really great. Ahem." In the next few days, Chen Guang didn't run around anymore. Instead, he was a good student at school for a few days. In between, he visited Wu Tong. In the end, the elder sister had only been lying at home for less than 2 days before she was brought to her director's office. Because something had happened, and it was a big deal. She was a little anxious. The thief she caught the day before yesterday had stopped breathing without any warning in the detention center. Although the whole process of the case had been recorded, which was enough to prove the innocence of the branch office, there was still some negative impact after all. Wu Tong also felt very innocent. During the whole process, she didn't even punch the thief once. During the examination at the hospital, there was no abnormality in the thief's body. When he was detained, he was also served well, and there was no violation of any rules. According to the autopsy report, the cause of this person's death was due to overwork and the sudden functional exhaustion of the organs. On one hand, Wu Tong was busy providing evidence to prove the innocence of the law enforcement officers, and on the other hand, she had to deal with the influence of public opinion. So, even though her injury had not fully recovered, she could only go to work with it. Chen Guang couldn't help much in this matter. As for Tang Ying, she was completely in a state of work. Less than 3 days after taking samples from Chen Guang, she crossed the ocean and went abroad. Her plan to start a research institute was officially put on the agenda, and no one could stop it. Chapter 949. As for Chen Guang himself, things were still going according to plan. Although time was tight, the experienced Tianguang manager handled things in an orderly manner. Apart from the fact that the male lead had not read the script nor participated in the rehearsals so far, Director Yang Shi had to personally act as the male lead during the rehearsals to temporarily cooperate with the rehearsals. There was no other problem. The warm-up of the play on the internet was almost over. Just like in the past, the people who supported him and those who dissed him were divided into 2 groups. There was also the neutral group who had nothing to do with it and were enjoying the show. In short, it was boiling. Nowadays, Chen Guang's show never worried about attention and popularity. He had already walked further and further on the path of a phenomenal controversial figure. Once he set out, there would be no turning back. Unlike other celebrities, after becoming famous, they would gradually cherish their feathers and try their best to get away from all kinds of disputes and criticism. However, the almighty Superman did not do so. Feathers. What was that? Why should he cherish them? This young man, who had appeared out of nowhere, was like a meteor spinning in the sky, a path of sparks and lightning, tossing and turning, never stopping. He never seemed to know how to restrain himself. He always liked to challenge things that others thought were impossible. Every time he fell silent for a short time, it seemed to mean that he would explode again. Every time he erupted, it was enough to shock everyone's eyeballs out of their sockets. Sorry, he was never interested in things that followed the rules. As long as he made a move, it would definitely be a big move that defied common sense. Even his die-hard fans, while stubbornly supporting him, would secretly have doubts in their hearts, worrying about whether he could really do it. But the more worried they were, when he really did something incredible, the more shocked they were. The feeling of seeing the person they liked and admired once again overturning common sense and standing at the peak of the domain that he wanted to stand at was even stronger, making people's hearts beat faster and their blood boil. He made many people understand that in this world, many things that seemed impossible could actually be turned into reality. He even became the hope in many people's hearts. For example, when Chen Guang participated in the World Language Conference, a patient with lower limbs paralysis secretly made up his mind that if Chen Guang won the championship, he would try to walk again. If he tried again, perhaps his nerves would recover. In the end, Chen Guang succeeded, and the patient stood up on his own with tears brimming in his eyes. There was also a businessman who had lost all hope after his business failed. He sat on the balcony of a 28-story building and watched Chen Guang's live stream in the World Arm Wrestling competition. Finally, he gave up the idea of committing suicide and decided to face his fate bravely. The heavy debts he had on him were just like those huge men defeated by the thin Chen Guang. Although they looked strong, they were not invincible. There were actually quite a number of such people. Although many people were unwilling to admit it, Chen Guang had been using his seemingly absurd but actually surpassing absurd challenges to change the world bit by bit. As for the haters who didn't like him, whenever he made a move, they would temporarily forget the past embarrassment and bite the bullet to slander him online or in real life. Even if they had been led into the ditch by him again and again, they would repeatedly tell themselves not to jump to conclusions easily in the future. But when this guy jumped out again and again, looking at what he was going to do, and then using their self-proclaimed rational brain to judge, they couldn't help but question him subconsciously. It was precisely because of Chen Guang's complicated character that those who liked him even more because he didn't disappoint them time and time again. At the same time, those who hated him had no choice but to change their inclinations and like him. Of course, the most stubborn haters would gradually change from dislike to hatred because they lost face again and again, and become even more stubborn. But there was an old saying that a mediocre person who was not hated by others. Since embarking on the road of becoming a celebrity, Chen Guang didn't expect himself to please everyone. No one could be liked by everyone, let alone a flamboyant new internet celebrity like Chen Guang. It didn't matter if others liked him or hated him, said good things about him online, or changed different ways to slander him. If he could control them, he would control them a little. If he couldn't, he just let them be. Anyway, it was all about popularity. Being controversial was a torture and test for ordinary people, but for him, who had long been trained to have a big heart and strong nerves, it could save him a lot of investment in publicity. Because of this, although there wasn't much investment in publicity for this play, it still caused quite a stir. In particular, some rumors came from some places, which made this matter even more mysterious. It was said that the male lead, Chen Guang, hadn't been seen in several rehearsals. Instead, the young director, Yang Shi, had rehearsed in place of him. When the other leading actors raised doubts, Yang Shi, who had a good reputation in the industry, not only didn't grab his male lead back, but he also told the others not to ask too much and not to worry needlessly. No one knew how much money Yang Shi had received from Chen Guang. He actually didn't care about his face and reputation. It was estimated that he could at least buy a suite in Yanjing Second Ring Road. If you, Chen Guang, are really busy, then we can just forget about it. But it was said that during this time, he actually didn't care about the play and stayed in school like an ordinary student. Moreover, someone found the printed script that Yang Shi had prepared for Chen Guang in his office. This meant that the male lead hadn't even read the script from beginning to end. Yes, you invited us to perform in the play, and the remuneration is almost 5 times the market price. It's so high that it's impossible to refuse. But all the other professional actors and main producers are working hard to rehearse, and you, an unconventional male lead, actually don't care about it and become a student. You're messing with us. Of course, although almost all the main actors were dissatisfied, the remuneration was high, and the breach of contract was also high. They couldn't bear the cost of breaking the contract easily. Secondly, although Chen Guang was only a newcomer in the entertainment industry, some channels, both overt and covert, showed that he had power and influence beyond ordinary people's imagination. Although many people had the idea of refusing to perform, in the end, they endured it. Forget it, a lifetime of fame will be ruined this time. I'll just treat it as accompanying the prince to study. I'll just play with him. Don't other professional singers sing on stage with President Chang from the Qianda group from time to time? Although this matter was a bit disgusting, it was over with a pinch. But in the end, there were still people who were dissatisfied. Although they didn't show it on the surface, they couldn't help but say it secretly outside. In fact, Yang Shi was also quite helpless. Although he knew Chen Guang's ability, he also felt that not reading the script from beginning to end was a bit strange. In private, he had told Chen Guang many times, but Chen Guang just didn't listen. He was determined not to cooperate, and he even said, "Don't panic, the sky won't fall, even if it does, I'll be able to hold it for you." In the end, Yang Shi seemed to have no way to deal with this person, and could only let him do as he pleased. He also knew that the rumors that were spreading outside were actually spread by the internal staff of the production team. He asked Chen Guang if he wanted to rectify the internal situation and find out who was the one who didn't keep their mouths shut and had no professionalism. In the end, Chen Guang didn't care and said that he would let it be and not investigate the matter. At that time, the conversation between the two went like this. "Chen Guang, this isn't good for your reputation, right? It doesn't matter. It's meaningless to say so much before going on stage. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, we'll see in a minute. I understand the logic, but can you come over and take the script I printed back to have a look?" "No need, my memory is very strong. I'll just read it once before going on stage. Also, if there are many people in the production team who are scolding me, don't hide it. You can complain about me as much as you want on the set. It'd be best if I can see you complaining outside tomorrow. That would be even better. I slightly regret coming here this time. Recently, my peers in the circle have already spread the word that I'm a laughingstock. Director Deng also called to scold me, saying that I didn't properly lead the show for you, but instead accompanied you to mess around. I had to quibble with him that I wanted to use the play to train you and barely muddle through. However, he was worried that if the show failed, it would cause your reputation to explode. At that time, the box office might also be affected. Okay, Brother Yang, let me ask you one thing. Do you trust my acting skills? If I go on stage, do you think I'll mess up?" On the other side of the phone, Yang Shi pondered for a moment. In his mind, he recalled the former boxing champion Ali and said, "As long as you can remember your lines, there won't be a problem. That's it. I have to go to class. Let's talk later. I'm hanging up." This was the longest conversation the two had ever had over the phone about the play. As a result, from that day onwards, the grapevine began to spread even more news. The play director, Yang Shi, who had been helping the male lead, Chen Guang, finally exploded. He flew into a rage on the set, smashed the script, smashed the phone, and kicked the table. Chen Guang asked him to complain a little, but Yang Shi forced himself to add scenes. He was also a little cautious. If he really messed up, others could at least see that he tried to save something. However, he couldn't stand that Master Chen Guang was too difficult to please. "Brother Guang, we're friends, but you have to leave me a way out." Not to mention, Yang Shi's acting was very effective. Young director Yang Shi lost his temper. "I've never seen such an absurd actor. All main creators pay 5 times the price. Nouveau riche Chen Guang's artistic path. Shameless internet celebrity digs into the classic, tarnishing art with money. The male lead of Thunderstorm who doesn't rehearse or read the script. He has lost his bottom line to hype up. Famous director, if Chen Guang messes up Thunderstorm, I will call on the famous directors in the industry to boycott him." Internet celebrity nouveau riche, surpassing the existence of young male idols. Similar news spread like wildfire on the internet, like an unrestrained zebra. Chapter 950. This time, it's different from the past when Chen Guang was being protected by the old men in the dark. But it's different now. He had resigned and was no longer the director of the Guangdong General Administration. He had also clearly expressed that he had no interest in the officialdom. The elders had dealt with the father and son of the Chao family as he wished, and Chao Jingming had even become a deranged person. However, because of this, the two sides had become estranged, and he seemed extremely unruly and difficult to control. His integrity and stubbornness were a double-edged sword. It made people not need to be too wary of him, but at the same time, they could not put too much hope in him. When he said those words in the conference room, the disdain in his words, the contempt in his eyes, and the sympathy and disdain he had for those who were deeply mired in the mire, the old men could see it clearly and understand his attitude. Just as he said, he would never become the same kind of person as them. His words made many elders angry. They felt that they had been humiliated, but everyone also knew that in a certain sense, Chen Guang's choice was also reasonable. These people had heavy responsibilities. For so many years, they had had a bright and dark past. They had carried this bloated and huge country on their shoulders. Perhaps because of some selfish family interests, it was not easy for them to stagger through the swamp to this day. Although they were now in high positions, they were not happy. Many of them even had a past that they were not willing to face. This was a precious life experience, but it was inevitable that it was painful. Although no one regretted it, because they did not think that others could do better than them, the blood on their hands and the promises they had broken in their hearts were all responsibilities that had to be borne to reach this position. They felt that they might not be great, but looking at the current situation in Huaxia, they did not disgrace the ideals in their hearts. Although society was still unfair, and many people felt that the moon in foreign countries was especially round, in the end, it was almost to the point where everyone had clothes to wear and food to eat. Although many things and people had not been honorable enough, their conscience was clear. However, they could not deny Chen Guang's choice. It might be a better and brighter path. Compared to her, Chen Guang lived a more open life. He didn't have to hide so much filth in his heart. Perhaps if time could be reversed and they were given a second chance to choose when they were young, they might be more willing to live like Chen Guang. Since they couldn't change his personality, and they couldn't drag him down this path, the elders didn't have the intention to continue to train him in the direction they wanted. In short, Chen Guang had no possibility of entering politics in the future, so his personal image was not that important. So now, Chen Guang had completely become a wild wolf that was allowed to roam freely. He could do whatever he wanted. Even if others slandered him, the old man would not take the initiative to help him clean up the mess. As for Chen Guang himself, he deliberately let the public opinion on the internet ferment as it pleased. Even when Yu Hong asked him if he wanted to think of a way, he not only did not try to clear his name, but he also asked Yu Hong to take the initiative to pay more people to criticize him for acting in a drama. The more people scolded, the better. The more hatred they could attract, the better. Whoever wrote the most beautiful article would be able to make others gnash their teeth in anger. Chen Guang would even add money as a bonus. Chen Guang had absolute confidence in his acting skills. He did not believe that he would mess up Thunderstorm at all. At least, that was what he thought until he opened the script for the first time. He had played this kind of trick more than once, and it was always the same. He first suppressed it, then raised it. Now, the more people criticized him, the more waves he would cause. On the other side, Tianguang Media was almost done by Yu Hong. The official registration was successful, and Lu Xiaoliang's acquisition of the IP was also in progress. Rao Zhenghai, who was prepared to spend a lot of money, was having a headache, but the financing was still going well. In about a month's time, the newly registered Tianguang Media's financing and acquisition of shares would be officially unveiled. Time passed by unknowingly, it was already the end of the second week. At 7:00 that night, the drama was about to officially go on stage. Chen Guang, the male lead, finally arrived at the theater 4 hours earlier than usual. Other than Yang Shi, the other main cast members were basically in a state of explosion. you're finally willing to come here. We almost thought that the male lead was the director himself. But there were only 4 hours left before the performance. What's the use of coming now? You might as well not come at all, and just let Director Yang do it himself. At least he can complete the whole scene. Yang Shi braced himself and brought Chen Guang in front of the main cast members. He felt like he was about to be ignited by the questioning gazes below. Well, let me introduce everyone. This is the manager of Tianguang Media, Mr. Chen, also known as the almighty superhuman Chen Guang. Yang Shi swallowed his saliva, feeling quite stifled. You guys might not believe it, but I'm going on stage in 4 hours. How can I still be so calm and introduce the male lead to the other main cast members? Chen Guang waved his hand calmly and chuckled. Hi, everyone. I'm the main cast member of Thunderstorm, Chen Guang. The other 20 to 30 main cast members below the stage replied weakly, Hello, Mr. Chin. Everyone called him Mr. Chin, and no one called him by his name. It looked like they were respecting him, but in fact, it was because no one really treated him as an actor. You say you're the main cast, Chen Guang, but in our eyes, you're just a rich and capricious boss, Mr. Chin. Chen Guang was well aware of this, but he wasn't bothered by it. Looking at his watch, he said, It's 3 p.m. right now, and there's only 4 hours left until the stage. Everyone, make your preparations. I have high hopes for this play. The moment he said that, everyone was stunned. You have the cheek to say that. You have high hopes for this play. You have high hopes that you've never attended rehearsals or read the script. You also know that there are only 4 hours left, but you still forced yourself to come. You still have the cheek to lecture us. If it wasn't for your irresistible offer of 5 times the salary, we would have spat on you a long time ago. I've never seen such a shameless person. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. A young actress with delicate features, dressed in a plain-made costume, coughed violently and said, Mr. Chin, I want to ask you a question. The moment she said that, the other actors' expressions changed. They knew she was going to make things difficult for them. Those who were unfamiliar with her didn't say a word and just waited to watch the show. Those who were close to her gave her looks, telling her not to stir up trouble at this time and not to cause trouble for herself. She had already held her nose for so long, she couldn't still wet the bed in the morning. Another middle-aged actress who was close to her, Yin Fei, who played the important role of Fan Yi, immediately tugged at her clothes and said, Xiao Lu, don't mess around. Have you forgotten what I told you last night? Shi Lu turned around and glanced at Yin Fei. Sister Yin Fei, I understand, but I just can't take this lying down. Sigh, Yin Fei didn't know what to say. Last night, when the two of them finished rehearsals and went out for supper, Shi Lu was full of complaints about Chen Guang and even wanted to give up the chance to perform. At that time, Yin Fei tried to persuade her. Although the male lead was very unreliable, a normal play wouldn't be able to achieve the impact of Thunderstorm. There were countless eyes all over the country waiting for it. When the time came, it didn't matter how bad Chen Guang's acting was. Although it might affect their acting standards and condition, with him as a foil, wouldn't it reflect the high standards of these professional actors? I know you don't need money and don't care about his 5 times salary and compensation. But although you have some connections in the industry, you are still a newcomer. Participating in such a high-profile show is good for your development. At most, don't treat this play as an art performance. Treat it as a reality show. At that time, Shi Lu was reluctantly persuaded by Yin Fei. But she was still young and impetuous. Today, she was like a barrel of gunpowder. On the other side, Chen Guang had already turned his gaze over and looked straight at the girl. Oh. What's the problem? Shi Lu took a step forward. President Chin, do you know the name of the character you're going to play? Hearing this, Yang Shi's expression changed slightly. He stepped forward and interrupted. Shi Lu, don't joke around. Chen Guang carried it before, Chen Guang answered straightforwardly. I don't know. F***ck. Yang Shi was dumbfounded. I was just about to wash the floor for you. You turned around and peed on the floor. Can't we talk properly? How do you want me to wash it for you? This time, it's even healthier. I can't even wash it. You. Shi Lu pointed at Chen Guang. Her hands were trembling and her lips were trembling. She couldn't speak for a long time. She didn't expect that Chen Guang would dare to admit it. You don't even know the name of the character you're going to play. And we thought that even if you didn't come to rehearse, you would have at least read the script in private. If you didn't say it yourself, we wouldn't have dared to accept this reality. Can a person really be so unreliable? She was so angry that her eyes were wide open. Her originally fair face had turned bright red because of her anger. The other main cast members also felt their hearts skip a beat. This is so infuriating. We might be acting in a fake drama. Despair. Alright, Yin Fei didn't want to persuade Shi Lu anymore. She also wanted to see what the most deceitful male lead in history could do. So what did you mean by reminding us that we only have 4 hours to go on stage? What do you mean by placing high hopes on us? Are you trying to make all of us into a joke? Chen Guang. What's going on in your head? Have you lost your mind? Shi Lu took a step forward and glared at Chen Guang. She felt that there was a ball of fire burning in her chest. She had too much resentment to vent. Chen Guang shrugged. Didn't I just say that I'm taking this matter very seriously? I take this very seriously. Alright, stop fooling around. I have to go look at the script. You guys hurry up and go through it. After saying that, he wanted to leave again. The old man didn't have the time and energy to care about everyone's feelings. Time was a little tight. Rather than wasting my breath here, I might as well go read the script. If I had to painstakingly explain myself to every single person who didn't believe in my abilities, then I would tire myself to death. Shi Lu was so angry that she laughed. She turned to look at Yang Shi. Senior. Director Yang. Look at how sloppy he is. Back then, I only came here because of you. How dare he act like this? Yang Shi waved his hands. He didn't have the pretentious aura he had in the past 2 days. He forcefully defended himself. Shi Lu, don't get too worked up. The situation isn't that bad. Chen Guang is really the most talented actor I've ever seen. He's a natural actor. Alright, stop fooling around. Shi Lu turned to look at the others and steeled her heart. Do you think I'm fooling around? I just don't want my dreams to be humiliated. He's insulting the performing arts. Forget it. I'm not acting anymore. After saying that, she turned to walk out. After taking 2 steps, Yin Fei hurriedly pulled her back. Shi Lu turned back to look at Chen Guang. She gritted her teeth. Isn't it just a penalty fee? I'll pay. Others might be afraid of you, Chen Guang, but I'm not. I used to have some hope in you, but now I feel like a joke. Goodbye. Shi Lu broke free from Yin Fei's grip and walked out. Xiao Lu, don't be like this. Yin Fei still wanted to stop her. Shi Lu struggled a bit more and finally managed to escape. It was less than 4 hours before she went on stage. One of the female leads, Shi Lu, wanted to stop acting. Chapter 951. The other veteran actor, Hu Delin, who played the role of Zhou Puyuan, also looked at Yang Shi with a bitter face, then turned to chase after Shi Lu. Hu Delin and Yang Shi were good friends. Previously, Yang Shi knew that Shi Lu had a bad temper, so he asked Hu Delin to help mediate. On the other hand, Hu Delin had a good relationship with Shi Lu's uncle, the famous director Shi Changhe. Before coming here, Shi Changhe had asked him to help take care of his stubborn but talented niece, so Hu Delin couldn't turn a blind eye to her. That was how it was in the entertainment circle. It was okay if you had a little temper and a little willfulness, but you couldn't offend people too much. No matter how much Chen Guang went overboard, the contract was signed in black and white, and Chen Guang wasn't a small figure who could be casually manipulated. He was the boss of Tianguang Agency, and even Lu Chao of Lushur culture didn't dare to offend him. He was a figure who had used countless lawyers' letters to make many daring media tremble. He was also the hidden second or third generation who had a mysterious force to protect him when he was being badly defamed. It was so much so that there were people who analyzed that Jin Shiyue, a relative of the entertainment circle with a powerful background, had repeatedly expressed interest in Chen Guang because the two of them were well matched in terms of social status. Otherwise, the grace that Chen Guang had received since his debut would be too grand. Chen Guang's background was too terrifying. No matter how good Shi Lu's reason was, or how unreliable Chen Guang's performance was, the highly anticipated show was about to start, and she couldn't just stop acting. She felt comfortable for a moment, but there would be endless troubles in the future. As an artist, as long as they were involved in a dispute, no matter who was right or wrong, or who won or lost in the end, it would be a scandal for no one. Chen Guang was already full of black marks. Even if he made a scene, it seemed that it was nothing. But Shi Lu, a young girl who had just debuted, couldn't bear such a torment, and Hu Delin couldn't stay out of it. Young Xixin caught up to Hu Delin in a few steps. "Old Hu, please help me hold on." Hu Delin quickly chased after her while nodding. "No problem, leave it to me." Xiao Lu's temper is a little bad, but in fact, it's because she values this opportunity very much. It won't be a problem to have a good talk. When Hu Delin was about to leave, he glanced at Chen Guang again. Even though he was a good-natured person, he was a little angry. Returning to Chen Guang's side, Yang Shi looked at the others. He couldn't come up with an idea for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, Okay, everyone go and rest first. Hurry up and review the script. It's okay, tonight's scene will definitely come out. If Xiao Lu really doesn't come back, I'll just put on makeup and go sing the Four Phoenixes. Chen Guang said, It's fine. I'll do it. I can act too. It's dirty. This time, the other main creators didn't even bother to roll their eyes. They turned around and ran. They were really afraid that if they continued to stay beside this master, they would want to strangle him like Shi Lu. My brother Guang, stop fooling around. What are we going to do this time? Why don't you go up and say some soft words to coax her? Shi Lu isn't a bad person. She just graduated and hasn't been in the entertainment industry much. She's a little arrogant. Her uncle is Shi Changhe, a friend of director Deng and also a famous director. You know, after all, she's a second-generation star. Just look at how things are going. If she really decides to quit the show, there's no one more suitable than her. Shi Lu is really quite talented. I was just saying those words out of anger. This is a drama, not a Beijing opera. How can a man go up and play the role of a woman as the Four Phoenixes? When almost everyone left, Yang Shi turned to look at Chen Guang with a bitter face and tried to persuade him. At the last moment, Shi Lu, who was playing the important role of the Four Phoenixes, actually wanted to quit in public. As the director, he had a big headache. He looked at Chen Guang with pleading eyes, hoping that this big brother could help him a little. I know you're capable, but others don't. Let's put away our supernatural powers first, okay? Chen Guang also hesitated for a moment. Actually, he could quite understand the anger of this little girl named Shi Lu. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, he patted Yang Shi on the shoulder and said, Brother Yang, don't worry. She won't be able to leave. Yang Shi was stunned. Why? Chen Guang chuckled. No reason. Her acting is pretty good, but Monkey's son can't escape the palm of Buddha's hand. I'm 100% sure that she won't leave. Ha! Yang Shi's face was blank, but Chen Guang had already turned around to leave. He said, Brother Yang, I'll leave her to you. I really have to go read the script. Give me 3 hours. I'll memorize the lines of the 4 phoenixes and the original male lead. Just as Chen Guang and Yang Shi said, he was sure that Shi Lu wouldn't really leave. The reason was very simple. Don't be fooled by her angry look. In fact, she had forced herself into this situation. But the moment she turned around to leave, her footsteps were slightly hesitant. In fact, she regretted it as soon as she turned around. This kind of small detail couldn't be noticed by others, but it couldn't be hidden from Chen Guang's eyes. She turned around and walked away, as if nothing had happened. Yang Shi and the other mature and charming actress, Yin Fei, followed her to persuade her, and she would definitely come back. Yang Shi had no choice but to quickly say, Brother Guang, don't forget. You have to memorize Zhou Ping's lines. You have to play Zhou Ping. Chen Guang turned around and was shocked. D*MN, where's the male lead? Why are they all female characters? Yang Shi was about to cry. My brother. Zhou Ping is a man. It's the eldest young master of the Zhou family. Oh, I know. In the next moment, Chen Guang disappeared without a trace. On the other side, after waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Shi Lu came back, surrounded by Yin Fei and Hu Delin. Where's President Qin? Hu Delin asked Yang Shi, who was sitting in a chair dejectedly while winking at Shi Lu. Yang Shi looked up and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, Chen Guang is really amazing. How can he know what Shi Lu is thinking? Is it possible that Chen Guang is as talented in dealing with women as he is in other aspects? He can see through a woman's real thoughts at a glance. The most powerful Casanova in history. That's possible. Yang Shi turned to look at the other side. He's in the dressing room reading the script while doing his makeup. Yin Fei pulled Shi Lu aside. Oh, okay. Let's go over. Shi Lu struggled. I'm not going. I'm not wrong. He has just started reading the script. How much can he understand? Even if he really has a photographic memory and can memorize the lines, can he understand Zhou Ping's character? All right. Xiao Lu, have you forgotten what we agreed on? Why are you talking to an old friend again? Do I have to call your uncle? Hu Delin shouted from the side. Shi Lu's face stiffened. She looked aggrieved and lowered her head. Uncle Hu, I'm sorry. I understand. Hu Delin urged. It's good that you understand. Before things get worse, you should at least apologize to Mr. Qin. Shi Lu pursed her lips and looked aggrieved. On the other side, Chen Guang was sitting on a chair, holding the script with both hands and reading it attentively. When he saw the script, he remembered that he had acted in Thunderstorm before. However, he had acted in a movie, which was different from a play. All in all, since he had acted before, it was easy for him to do so. This was within his original scope of work. Furthermore, ever since he had become a martial sage, his memory had indeed improved greatly. He could recite it without any difficulty. He flipped through the pages as though the wind was blowing, causing the makeup artist to roll her eyes. Lu and a few others pushed the door open and entered. They saw Chen Guang straightening his back and flipping through the pages. He was so focused and serious. If he had read each page for less than 30 seconds, everyone would have believed that he was memorizing the script. Lu suppressed her emotions and walked up to Chen Guang. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry." With that, she bowed her head. Just like what everyone had told her, she had to bear with it until the matter was over. No matter how disgusted, or regretful she was, there was no point in continuing to make a fuss. No matter how much resentment she had, she would have to wait until after tonight. As long as she could endure the 3.5 hours on the stage and come down, she could scold him as much as she wanted. Even if she had offended him to the point of no return, she would still be able to stand her ground. "Look, this funny clown is so funny on the stage, but I am still loyal to my contract and completed everything I had to do. It is a pity that I am not a god and I do not have the ability to rely on my own strength to save this failed play. I admit that when I first took on this project, I said that I was doing it for the sake of Senior Yang Shi and Uncle Hu's matchmaking. However, I did not deny that I wanted to ride on his popularity. After all, everyone knew that as long as he was involved in a show, the ratings would be phenomenal. I admit that I was being petty, but no one could stop me from standing up to defend my art. I did not think that things would be so bad. This is the first painful lesson in my life, but I will remember it in the future. Even if Chen Guang really wants to ban me from now on, even if my uncle can't help me, I don't care. If this industry is so lousy, I will not work in this industry in the future. I will do something else. Uncle Hu said something very well just now. You can't blame others for mistakes that they haven't made yet. No matter how lousy Chen Guang is, he hasn't had the time to go on stage. No matter how dissatisfied he is, he can wait until he gets off the stage. Lu looked straight at Chen Guang. At this moment, she felt that she was a great fighter who existed to uphold justice. It was because she wanted to uphold justice and defend the dignity of the performing arts that she lowered her head and apologized to Chen Guang for a short period of time. Now it is like the darkness before dawn. Come on, laugh at me as much as you want, show off as much as you want. In the end, I still have to bow down to the power of the entertainment industry. I will firmly remember your ugly face in my heart. I will use my pen to record everything that happened today. I will let everyone understand how despicable you, Chen Guang, are. You, Chen Guang, are a nouveau riche who relied on money to break into the art industry. I will let you know the pain, I will let you pay the price, I will let you become a lesson for future generations, I will let other rich people think twice before they have such crooked thoughts in their minds. In this world, not everything can be bought with money, and not everything can be done just because you have money to gather a group of people to support you. There will always be people who will not suck up to your stinky feet. Chapter 952. Oh, it's okay. It's just a little friction. It's no big deal. I'm not that petty. I understand that you guys have a problem with me. If I were you, I wouldn't be happy either. However, there were some things that were more practical than explaining it once on stage, right? I don't want to ruin my own reputation. You guys might find it hard to understand why I'm like this, but I can tell you very seriously that I won't bring shame to your performance and the classic thunderstorm. To everyone's surprise, Chen Guang, who was sitting on the chair, was extremely magnanimous. Not only did he not stab Lu in the back, he didn't even raise his head to look at her. Instead, he continued to focus on the script. He didn't stop flipping through the pages, but his mouth was calm as he spoke. Even Hu Delin and Yin Fei were a little confused. When they were persuading Shi Lu, they discussed how Chen Guang would react. They even emphasized to Shi Lu again and again that no matter how much he went overboard, she must bear with it and not intensify the conflict. After all, previous events showed that Chen Guang was a very narrow-minded person. After Shi Lu apologized, she steeled her heart and used her mind to block her ears. She made up her mind that no matter how much this guy went overboard, she would bear with it. But he was actually so magnanimous, like an old man easily forgiving a willful naughty child. This feeling was so strange that it caught people off guard. At this moment, it was Yang Shi who reacted quickly and clapped his hands. All right. Since we're clear about this matter, then we won't waste any more time here. Chen Guang, you can look at the script first, and we'll go and have a look at the scene. Yang Shi signaled to Hu Delin and Yin Fei with his eyes, and the two of them took Shi Lu outside to smooth things over. From the beginning to the end, the makeup artist, who only cared about taking care of Chen Guang, looked on coldly from the sidelines. This makeup artist was part of the industry, and he was also one of the staff members behind the scenes of Chen Guang's version of Thunderstorm. He was already familiar with the storm on the internet. Sigh, it's really pitiful to be a celebrity. They look glamorous on the outside, but they're actually very wronged in private. Just like Hu Delin, Yin Fei, and Shi Lu, the leading actors of the drama, they had a bit of fame, but in the end, they were dragged by Chen Guang to accompany the crown prince to study, and they even had to lower their heads in front of him. With the frequency at which he flipped through the book, would he be able to get into it? It would be strange if he could remember his lines. He's just putting on an act for you to see. Before you came in, he had already been rummaging for a few minutes. What the makeup artist didn't expect was that Chen Guang spent 2.5 hours in disguise. Boss Chen, aren't you getting too into character? I'm just an inconspicuous makeup artist. What are you playing at? Are you putting on an act for me to see? Wait a minute. He couldn't have fallen for me, right? But I'm already in my 40s. Isn't that a little too old? Youngsters nowadays like mature types. But I'm a man. However, Chen Guang couldn't be bothered about what this crazy makeup artist was thinking. After his makeup was done, he changed his clothes and walked out. He changed into a Republic of China-style suit. Although there was something wrong with his brain, he had a pretty good makeup artist's finishing touch. It made him look a little more mature and less immature. He really did look like a young master from the Republic of China. When Chen Guang went outside, Yang Shi was pulling one main cast member after another to go through the key points of the play. Those who weren't checked by Yang Shi were lowering their heads and reading the script. Although everyone present had acted in Thunderstorm more than once, and they were still learning from the past, this was a 3.5-hour-long performance of 5 acts. If they forgot their lines halfway through, the effect of the performance would definitely be greatly reduced, even if they had a teleprompter hidden in their ears. Although not many people felt that they could last until the second act, just like what Shi Lu thought, no matter how unreliable the male lead was, they would do their best and leave the rest to fate. Anyway, if something went wrong, it couldn't be their fault. The amount of people scolding Chen Guang online also reached its peak in the afternoon, especially the news that Shi Lu had stopped acting and was pulled back. No one knew who in the production team had secretly spread the news, but it poured oil on the fire. The situation was out of control. Mango TV, which had bought the live broadcast rights, even held an emergency meeting to discuss whether they should prepare 2 backup programs in advance. This was a national live broadcast. If they couldn't continue acting, they had to cut off the signal in time and change the program. If it was possible, it would be best to discuss with Tianguang's agent to see if they could adjust the license price of the live broadcast rights according to the broadcast time of the program. After all, If they spent a lot of money to buy the copyright only to be broadcast for less than 10 minutes, it would be too much. The manager of a certain business department of Mango TV, who was in charge of the operation, was scolded by the station's higher-ups. How could he be so stupid as to transfer the full amount in one go? Why didn't he sign a floating clause when he signed the contract? The manager was so aggrieved that his eyes were filled with tears. That wasn't what you said when you asked me to talk to you. At that time, you said that I must get it at all costs. Our satellite TV has already lost step by step in the competition. This is a rare opportunity, we must make a beautiful comeback. All of you clearly agreed to the terms, but now you want me to be the scapegoat. He braced himself and looked for the manager of Tianguang's business department, Fong Tianyu, to discuss changing the contract. In the end, the other party's reply was only 2 words. Her. What was worse was that he had offended someone. Fong Tianyu had perfectly implemented Qin Guang's principle of being a person. He must not be at a disadvantage. At that time, Fong Tianyu's original words were like this. I've long heard that your station is famous for changing your mind at the last minute. I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. Yo, are you bullying us because of your big business? Where did your spirit of the contract go? Changing a good contract just like that. Do you think we're pushovers? Come on, I know you have your difficulties, but you guys are a little too dishonest in this matter. Let me tell you, if you only call me, if CEO Chen finds out about your station's intentions, in the future when your station broadcasts news simulcast, if there are any scenes of CEO Chen, all of you will have to censor it. Director Chen can turn your station into a parallel universe's Mango TV. Do you understand? Then Fong Tianyu hung up the phone. Lu Xiaoyang, who had just rushed back, asked nervously, Old Fong, can we handle it by acting so pretentiously? Fong Tianyu patted Lu Xiaoyang on the shoulder. Old Lu, we're feeling bitter. If I wasn't so strong-willed, those people who signed the contract with us would have turned into hungry wolves and bitten me to death. As Fong Tianyu said that, his sharp eyes saw a familiar figure appear at the backstage entrance of the theater. Damn, Director Chong from Bamboo is here. I'll hide for a while. This is Director Chen's acquaintance, I can't get hard. This Director Chong was naturally brother Little Chong. Hey, Manager Fong. Don't hide, don't hide. I'm not here to cause trouble. Little Chong's sharp eyes quickly chased after him. Fong Tianyu patted his chest. Director Chong, next time you should inform me first. You scared me to death. You don't know, but recently I have to go to the basement to go home. People are blocking my way. That's because those people have no foresight. They don't believe in Brother Guang's ability. I have full confidence in him. Manager Fong, just follow Brother Guang's example and blacklist those sponsors and broadcasters who have been causing trouble recently. They'll regret it later. Chang Xiaozong was indeed someone who had followed Qin Guang and made a name for himself. He was very confident. Fong Tianyu sighed, sigh. How can we blacklist a salesperson? We can't have enemies forever. We can only have profits forever. Manager Fong, I think you're a good person. You're a talent. Come to work at Bamboo. I don't dare. I'm afraid Director Qin will strangle me to death. On the other side, Yang Shi was still acting seriously. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Go through your scenes in your head. Uncle Hu, adjust your collar. Zhou Puyuan is someone who cares a lot about appearance. Sigh, yes. Sister Yin Fei is indeed experienced. That's how Fan each should be. There's a hint of charm in her eyes, but not too much. Unknowingly, everyone's emotions were stirred up by Yang Shi. Thunderstorm, which was supposed to be on the verge of being overdone, suddenly became a huge mountain in everyone's heart. Everyone had the same thought. This was all because of the male lead, who was flipping through the script from the beginning again. It was Chen Guang, who was going to play Zhou Ping. It was 6:30 p.m. in the evening. The small theater that could only accommodate a few hundred people was gradually filled up. From time to time, the main cast in the backstage would hear the hustle and bustle of people outside. When they turned to look at Chen Guang, who was still flipping through the script, they couldn't help but feel strange. No matter how much of a scammer he was, no one could deny his popularity. There weren't many people who could make a small theater play this popular. Moreover, this was a play that had already been performed countless times. It was almost impossible to perform anything new. It could only be compared to the classics and find all sorts of faults. In recent years, very few film crews would choose to act in Thunderstorm. Firstly, the Republic of China drama was a bit too old. The audience was tired of it. Secondly, it was strenuous and unrewarding. Everyone thought to themselves, perhaps our situation is not bad. Even if we can't be immortalized, we can at least be infamous for thousands of years. We can't perform the best thunderstorm, but at least we have a chance to perform the worst thunderstorm in history. This is also an achievement, right? Finally, under the gaze of tens of millions of TV and computer viewers, and under the gaze of hundreds of people in the small theater, the lights dimmed and the curtains on the stage slowly opened. The brown carved wooden door creaked open with a very historical and heavy creak. Chen Guang's version of Thunderstorm was officially on stage. Chapter 953. The small theater was completely silent. Both the audience and the staff of Tianguang Agency were paying full attention to the stage. Even Big Beard Deng, who was thousands of miles away in Beijing, gave himself a rare holiday. He pulled a few of the production crew members to sit in front of the TV, just to watch Chen Guang's drama, which had almost become a farce. He did not dare to pull the other main actors, for fear that Chen Guang's performance on the stage would make the other actors not want to continue filming, and they would quit. Big Beard Deng had a headache. He hoped that Chen Guang would learn to act well. If possible, it would be best to send him to the CCTV or Chinese drama school to sharpen his skills. But obviously, Chen Guang would not be so obedient. This young man, whose identity was getting more and more special, did not have the time and schedule. He seemed to be busier than a big director like him, but he was busy with something that ordinary people were not qualified to ask about. But I did not expect you to play it so big. You challenged the most difficult live drama the moment you came, and you even said it would be broadcasted to the whole country. Why don't you go to heaven? Why are you so daring? There were 100 actors who could act in front of the camera, but there were probably less than 10 who could complete the whole drama. Although drama actors were not famous, and their income might not be as high as movie stars, everyone knew that the drama stage was the real place to train people. Currently, the recognized acting school in the country, the old artists who were famous among the people, all had experience in drama. I say, Director Deng, I still feel unsure. Isn't that obvious? I'm not sure either. What if he messes up? It's one thing for him to lose his reputation, but what about our movie? We haven't even finished filming, and his reputation is already ruined. Can we replace him? Big Beard felt a headache coming on. Replace him? What a joke. This drama was originally tailor-made for Jiang Yage. If Chen Guang did not act, and Jiang Yage also quit, then who would take the role? The main cast has been completely replaced. Also, don't forget that Chen Guang, Jiang Yage, and Jin Shuriwa are the main investors in this movie. Qianda Pictures only has 10% of the shares. That's right, we can't change our boss. Sigh, Director Deng, it's been hard on you. It's fine. I was the one who chose him back then, so I admit it. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's watch the TV and see what Chen Guang can do. The plot of the play on TV had already begun to move forward. At the beginning of the prologue and the first act, Chen Guang did not have any scenes. Although the other actors on the stage were hastily prepared, they were still professional actors with high standards. Thus, they were able to act according to the rules. Assistant Yang's standard is getting better and better. I didn't expect him to be able to do this in less than a week. Jiang Yage, who was also in front of the TV, commented with great interest. Jean Shirue nodded and said, I just saw the news on the internet that Shi Lu, who plays the Four Phoenixes, lost her temper with Chen Guang in the afternoon. It looks like she has some real skills. Jiang Yage continued to comment, Gu Delan's Zhou Puyuan is also quite good. He hasn't even shown his face yet, but those 2 lines are enough to make him look old-fashioned. Jean Shirue shook her head and said, I think Gu Delan is a bit too strong. I didn't expect the veteran actor to be a bit nervous. Jiang Yage threw a small tomato into her mouth and chewed it. She said in a muffled voice, It's all because of our dear Guang. You can't say that. Although they are acting well now, Thunderstorm is indeed a bit old. If it wasn't for Chen Guang, I'm afraid many people would have changed the channel. There wouldn't be so much attention. Jiang Yage snorted and said, I understand that, but it's not a good thing to have so much attention. It's also because we really can't make time. Otherwise, we would really be the ones to do it. I'm quite embarrassed to see these people bring so much trouble to him. Jean Shirue also blushed slightly. She thought to herself that she did feel a little sorry for them. In the small theater, the bald president, who was sitting among the crowd, yawned loudly. Seeing this, the vice president beside him muttered softly, It's a bit boring. Isn't that so? We have such a hardcore fan group, but only a few of us came. We don't have the prestige we used to have. Tui tui tui, fans my ass. You are the fans. I'm a hate fan of Chen Guang. The most determined hate fan of Chen Guang. Mr. President, can we accept our fate? Just admit it. Admit what? Admit that you're already a fan of Chen Guang. Isn't that what the internet is saying? Tui. I can be his fan. I can't wait to bite him to death. Alright, the vice president really felt sorry for this stubborn president. Can't we be a little more honest? As the prologue passed, the first act slowly progressed. Yang Shi, who was backstage, looked at his watch from time to time. He was getting more and more nervous. Chen Guang, are you ready? When Zhou Chong starts to talk about why he's still not married, you start to walk forward. Then, when Fan Yi starts to lower her head and murmur, who knows, you have to walk to the door. At that time, Zhou Chong will look back at you and say, Hey, big brother is here. At that time, your scene will start. You must remember, when you're acting as Zhou Ping, you can't be like your usual majestic gait. You have to slow down a little. When you enter the door, you have to act very sleepy and yawn. Chen Guang tilted his head and looked at Yang Shi for a long time, not saying a word. Yang Shi suddenly paused, the corner of his mouth twitching. Sorry, I was a little too nervous and forgot. Why am I telling you all this? Bro, did you really remember the script? Chen Guang put down the notebook. Brother Yang, I really did. Really? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have to hit you. Yang Shi shrunk his neck and dodged to the side. He secretly mocked himself. I'm in a mental block. Why am I explaining the script to him? As long as he can remember the script, he's a true master. Does he need to waste his breath on his understanding of the character? At this time, there's no point in continuing to ask him about this. Anyway, it's a knife to my head, it's a knife to my head. I'll just leave the rest to him. At this time, Fan Yi's actor, Yin Fei, was working hard to maintain her performance on stage with Zhou Chong. Everyone knew that Chen Guang was about to come on stage. Perhaps, as soon as he got on stage and started to stutter, this show would be over, right? But there's no point in worrying about this now. I'll just take care of my own business first. Perhaps it was because of distracting thoughts in her mind, Yin Fei almost stuttered when she said her lines, causing Yang Shi, who was in the audience, to jump up and down in anxiety. What is Yin Fei doing? She's a veteran actor, how can she make such a mistake on stage? Sigh. Yang Shi felt a little regretful after only watching the first half of the opening. If he had known earlier, he would have suggested to Chen Guang to change the script. Forcing himself to challenge Thunderstorm was a bit too much. So far, the actors on stage had only performed average. They hadn't been able to perform anything special or innovative, which made him feel very disappointed. It was difficult to surpass a classic, not to mention that he didn't have much time left. He really didn't have the ability to rehearse over and over again, polishing and adjusting everyone's state to the state he wanted. The actors were also focused on stability on stage and didn't dare to have any off-topic performance. They didn't want to make any mistakes, but they didn't want to make any contributions. If this was just a small show on a small stage, their performance would still be above the standard. But this was a nationally broadcast play that received a lot of attention. Not to mention the people in the theater, there were countless people all over the country who were pointing at the screen and talking about it. For the past Chen Guang, mediocrity was failure. For the classic Thunderstorm, which had been brought to the stage time and time again, if it couldn't come up with something innovative, people would say that it was relying on its predecessor's legacy to cheat people's money. The more familiar a classic was, the easier it was to be compared. Once a comparison was made, people would nitpick. No matter how small a flaw was, it would be magnified infinitely in the eyes of others. Some were obviously very good improvisation and innovation, but it would also be covered up by others' preconceived impressions. Sigh, it's too late to regret now. Yang Shi was in a daze when Chen Guang, who was beside him, suddenly strode forward. Yang Shi was stunned at first, then suddenly came back to his senses. It was Chen Guang's turn. He was actually lost in thought. He hurriedly turned back to call the others. Make the best use of this last bit of time and think of a way to sculpt if he could. He pulled Hu Delin, who was about to go on stage. Uncle Hu. Hu Delin understood his thoughts in a second and waved his hands. Director Yang, don't count on me. I only have this little ability, I can't lead the others. In fact, a veteran actor like Hu Delin could handle the situation at the critical moment, but he felt that he did not have the fighting spirit. Although he had been helping Yang Shi with Shilu's work, this was only his duty as a senior. He really did not have the determination to put his life on the line and forcefully lead the others, even at the risk of failing miserably in an easy task. Yang Shi sighed and turned to look in the direction of the stage. Chen Guang was about to enter. Zhou Chong and Fan Yi were discussing why Zhou Ping was still not married. Up until now, Chen Guang hadn't said a word. He was also facing the stage with his face sideways. Yin Fei and Zhou Chong's actors couldn't even see his expression clearly. However, his simple steps had the feeling of anticipation in Yang Shi's heart, and even exceeded it. He portrayed the image of a dispirited young master of the Republic of China who was in low spirits and had a heavy heart. Others had no confidence in Chen Guang and couldn't understand the mood, but Yang Shi understood that Chen Guang was already in character. Yang Shi's breath stopped for a moment. It's coming. As long as Chen Guang can remember the lines, there won't be a problem. Yang Shi gripped the walkie-talkie in his hand tightly. If he forgot the lines, he would quickly remind him. Director Yang, Chen Guang's earphones. At this moment, the floor supervisor walked up with a pale face, holding a pocket-sized bone conduction earphone in his hand. Yang Shi's face turned pale. Oh my God. This guy isn't wearing earphones. It's over. On the other side, Chen Guang raised his head slightly, opened his mouth, and raised his hand slightly, covering his mouth with his fair palm. Zhou Chong smiled stiffly. Brother. Actually, he should be smiling naturally. Zhou Chong was a very simple and upright person, and he had a very good relationship with his half-brother, Zhou Ping. Chen Guang looked up, his slightly hazy eyes regaining some clarity. He nodded slightly. You're here. That's the smell. Yang Shi listened to Chen Guang's slightly tired but intimate "you're here" through the earphone. His heart almost stopped, and his breathing completely stopped. In a haze, he seemed to have returned to that coffee shop, watching Chen Guang transform into the angry Muhammad Ali, leaping in front of him like a butterfly. At this moment, he looked so natural, and he seemed to fit in with the surrounding folk style of the setting. Even his voice had changed, becoming a little low and hoarse. A simple greeting to his brother had imperceptibly played out Zhou Ping's many thoughts. Chapter 954. Hu Delin's eyes widened as he glanced at the stage, then at the security camera behind him. What? What's going on? Why do I feel like he's blended in with his surroundings? Yang Shi didn't reply to Hu Delin and continued to watch quietly. On the stage, Chen Guang's voice sounded. Suddenly, Yin Fei felt an inexplicable sense of resentment. Ping! She felt indignant. She felt that Zhou Ping was purposely avoiding her. She didn't even look at her when she came in and only cared about greeting Zhou Chong. Chen Guang turned to look at her. Oh. Then he paused. His throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and he didn't know what to say. He lowered his head evasively. From the details in the security camera, Zhou Ping's gaze drifted slightly towards Zhou Chong. It was very subtle. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was a small detail that took less than 3 or 4 seconds. He shifted his feet slightly, pretending to shake off the non-existent dust on his shoes. Then he looked up at Fan Yi and said, You're here too. Fan Yi's gaze drifted slightly towards Zhou Chong. After making sure that Zhou Chong wasn't looking at her, she looked up slightly and said, I just came down. As she said this simple line, her gaze drifted, but she secretly gave Zhou Ping a sense of resentment. Her tone hid a coquettish pout that only lovers could understand. She seemed to be resentful. Why are you avoiding me? Why do you want to leave? It was a simple sentence, but it hid a lot of complicated things in the past. But at the same time, she had to be wary of Zhou Chong and not let him see through her. This desire to speak, full of hidden bitterness, this shameful act of stealing chickens and dogs, was all hidden in the words I just came downstairs. Chen Guang's body trembled slightly when he heard Fan Yi's words. His stiff movement was caught by the high-definition security camera, but it also happened to avoid Zhou Chong's attention. He deliberately turned his head and asked Zhou Chong, Father didn't go out, did he? Chen Guang purposely paused after the word father, as if to answer Fan Yi's complaint, to express his own confusion, and to warn Fan Yi. This was still a secret hidden between the two of them, a secret that only they could understand. But Zhou Chong didn't seem to notice. He turned to look in the direction of the study before replying, No, are you going to see him? Hu Delin, who was behind the scenes, was so excited that he couldn't speak. When the young man turned his head just now, there was no accent at the back. This is really a stroke of genius. Yang Shi also said, when Yin Fei said go downstairs earlier, that almost imperceptible tremble in her voice was simply too amazing. Director Yang, have you noticed that Yin Fei and the others are completely immersed in their roles? It's completely different from its previous state. Hu Delin said excitedly, we've been rehearsing for a few days, but she's never been so immersed in the role. Yang Shi nodded. That's right. They're already in the middle of the movie and can't get out. He knew exactly what was going on. This was what was truly terrifying about Chen Guang. When he was immersed in the role, there would be an invisible realm with him as the center, completely enveloping the people and things around him. He could attach a layer of the soul of an era to lifeless scenes and props, and he could even make the people around him completely lose themselves. Their souls would involuntarily overlap with the character they were about to play, allowing the character's true self to completely overwhelm the actor's true self. This was probably what he meant by world-class acting. A world of its own. Yang Shi had no idea how Chen Guang did it, but he was absolutely certain that it was the truth. Chen Guang never bragged, but when it came to acting, he was really amazing beyond imagination. Yang Shi would never understand that Chen Guang was able to achieve such an achievement in acting because he had lived in the world of acting countless times and reached the highest realm that only others could achieve. He could use his seemingly subtle movements, his exquisite micro-expressions, and his small movements that were so vivid that people couldn't tell if it was a play or a real life, to control everything around him. His voice, which seemed to have a magical charm, and even the frequency of the vibration of his vocal cords, could completely merge himself with the role, and then ruthlessly extract the role from the story, turning it into real life, and covering his stage. Yin Fei and Zhou Chang's actors couldn't understand the secret behind it, but it didn't matter. The moment Chen Guang opened his mouth, they were pulled into the realm of world-class acting. They didn't realize it at all, but they had already lost themselves, as if they had been possessed by the character in the movie. This wasn't because of Chen Guang's terrifying hypnosis ability, but because actors like them were trying their best to act as someone else in their subconscious. What Chen Guang did was to use his world-class acting skills to influence others, to maximize the subconscious of the actors, so that they could completely change from acting as someone else. While Yang Shi was in a daze, Hu Delin, who was next to him, bowed his head and frowned. It wouldn't be long before it was his turn to go on stage. After witnessing Chen Guang's performance with his own eyes, Hu Delin, a veteran actor, had been unknowingly brought into the role. At this moment, he was no longer himself. He had become the mine owner Zhou Puyuan, who was still annoyed and depressed by the recent strike in his own mine, and was also having a headache about his good-for-nothing eldest son. Yang Shi and Hu Delin weren't the only ones who were truly shocked. The eyes of the hundreds of people in the small theater, who had been yawning, lit up when Chen Guang appeared. Some people wanted to see him make a fool of himself, some were afraid that their idol would be embarrassed, and some had an indifferent attitude. In their hearts, they had already sentenced Chen Guang's version of Thunderstorm to death. This was just a boring copy of a classic. Whether or not Chen Guang could continue acting, this play was just a ridiculous play by a local tycoon. It couldn't leave any trace in the history of art. Perhaps in the future, it would become a topic of conversation and a laughing stock. Although the actors on stage were professional, they were very reserved. They were just copying everything from the past, and there was nothing new. They even began to whisper rudely under the stage, just like the bald president and vice president. There were even some people who didn't like the play and were just here to watch the fun, thinking of leaving. Until Chen Guang appeared, everything seemed to change in an instant. On the stage in the style of the Republic of China, the exquisitely made props became dimmer without warning, giving people a strong sense of simplicity. Even the stage lights became gray, as if they were looking at an old painting that had been stored for 20 or 30 years. But what really changed was the state of the actors on stage. Fan Yi's cheating failed, and as a stepmother, she cheated on Zhou Ping. Now, she was facing the fate of being hated and abandoned. The complicated pouting and resentment when she spoke to Zhou Ping instantly made the hearts of those who understood the play race. This was a completely different state from before. Even those who didn't understand the play were aroused by her soft words. Beijing. Big Beard Deng stood up from the sofa. He still had a cigarette in his mouth, and the lighter in his hand was still emitting orange flames. His beard was almost burnt, but he didn't seem to notice. Jiang Yage and Jin Shiyue, who were originally curled up lazily on the sofa, had already sat up straight. Their bodies were stiff as they stared at the TV, blinking their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Unlike others, Jiang Yage and Jin Shiyue had known Chen Guang for a long time, and they had seen Chen Guang's tragedy on the set of Tears for a Country Will Run. But they weren't like Yang Shi, who had seen how Chen Guang used his perfect performance to prove himself. Their view of Chen Guang was still stuck at the level where he could make the whole screen suffer from the cancer of embarrassment. So Jiang Yage and Jin Shiyue were originally like Big Beard Deng, the most firm representatives who believed that Chen Guang's acting was not reliable. But what did they see now? What an incredible scene! Yin Fei was completely taken in by his performance. Although Yin Fei wasn't particularly famous in the circle, she was considered a veteran in the field of drama. In the past, Jiang Yage and Jin Shiyue had seen Yin Fei's performance live. They knew that this veteran was limited by talent. Although she was diligent enough, her overall level had stagnated and she couldn't improve. In the acting industry, although more learning, more practice, and more thinking could make up for the lack of standards to a certain extent, it was still an industry that relied on talent. Everyone could act, but whether they could perform the desired effect in front of the camera or on the stage, to the extent that it didn't feel like they were acting, depended on whether the performer could understand the requirements of the director and the script, feel the state of the character, and perform it perfectly. Some people needed to deliberate painstakingly, but some only needed to look at the script, find a corner to think about, ponder, and completely grasp the state of mind of the character. This was talent. After all, the upper limit of a person's level on the stage was determined by their talent. Yin Fei was a qualified and competent actress, and she was very talented among ordinary people. But she was not young anymore, and her upper limit was already there. Otherwise, she would have become famous a long time ago. Unless she was able to encounter some kind of life experience that allowed her to gain enlightenment, it was impossible for her level to change too much in a short period of time. But now, Yin Fei looked so talented and dazzling on the stage. In the eyes of ordinary people, they saw the role of Fan Yi. But in the eyes of professionals like Jin Shiyue, Jiang Yage, or Big Beard Deng, they saw the actress Yin Fei herself. There was only one explanation: Yin Fei was influenced by someone else, and she was brought into the play by someone else. It was impossible to play the role of Zhou Chong. Although this young man was a talented senior in school, many of his juniors were envious of him. Because of this and that, he performed poorly in this play. Sometimes, Yin Fei had to guide him, and he barely managed to stay in the play. As for the others, Shi Lu, who had already appeared on the stage, didn't have this ability. Although she did her job well, when it came to driving Yin Fei in the play, she was still miles away. The other passers-by, the old people and children at the opening, Lu Gui, Lu Dahai, and Hu Delin, who only had a few lines but never showed his face, didn't have this ability. There was only one explanation, and it must be Chen Guang, who was also on the stage at this time. He was like a bright lamp, illuminating the whole stage, and the people and things that were shrouded in his light were forcibly pulled out of this world, and returned to the story described in the novel, which happened 100 years ago. The medium-sized stage was still there, and it was still on the television, but time seemed to flow backward in that part of the world. That was the world of Thunderstorm. That was Chao Yu's world. That was also Qin Guang's world. The people in the play all came to life, and what we saw was not the play, but the life of the people in the play. Chapter 955. When the first act finally came to an end and the 3.5-hour-long play came to a short rest, the audience was silent. Everyone's mind was constantly replaying the countless details of the first act that had just been played out. The drama lovers who had already watched Thunderstorm were wondering why they had never realized that Thunderstorm had so many connotations. After watching today's first act, they felt that the movie version and the live version of the drama that they had watched before were not even worth mentioning. The audience who came purely for Qin Guang had no understanding of Thunderstorm before, but this did not stop them from being completely immersed in it. As a classic that had been selected as a textbook, although not many people had seen this play, almost everyone knew the name of this classic. It was just that the predecessors thought that these were antiques that could not keep up with the times and belonged to the old things that had already been eliminated, so they were not interested in them. But because they had never seen it before, this time they felt it particularly deeply. Only then did they understand that the old things that they had always been against had such meanings. Although they were just watching a play, they experienced the extremely real sadness and joy of the people in the play. As for the backstage, the actors who had appeared on the stage in the first act were all sitting quietly in a corner, no one talking to anyone. Until now, these people still had not left the play. The complicated personality, child Zhou Ping, was still sitting there, as if wherever he went, the world of Thunderstorm would cover that place. Even Yang Shi, who was supposed to seize the time to talk to others about the play, subconsciously wanted to find a pipe and put it in his mouth. He himself had unknowingly returned to that era, and had become a passerby living in the play. He had completely forgotten his duty, and the others had completely forgotten to review the script. But this was actually meaningless, because these actors had even forgotten who they were. When they stood on the stage, in that scene and environment, they did not need any memory. They would naturally say the lines that their character and position required. On the stage, they were not just copying simple lines. Their entire thinking had completely become that of the characters in the original Thunderstorm written by Chao Yu. After a short break, the second act continued. It was not only the Wujing Theater that was quiet, but also countless audiences in front of their TVs and computers all over the country. She had originally planned to watch a farce, but she had never imagined that she would actually find true emotion in this farce. The more sensitive audience members couldn't help but put themselves in the shoes of the audience. The more rational audience was surprised. They were particularly puzzled. They had seen so many classic movies and TV shows over the years, but never had they been so deeply touched by the screen on that small square stage like today. Was it because he had become more emotional, or was it the after effect of accidentally drinking too much coffee before getting off work? It was undeniable that Qin Guang's acting was really good. It was perfect, beyond imagination and impeccable. But in the end, this was just a play. Alright, don't let your imagination run wild. The second act has begun. The audience once again focused their attention on the screen. Before he knew it, the second act had ended. The third and fourth act. The stage was in chaos because of Sifeng and Zhou Chang's deaths, and Zhou Ping's suicide. Everyone knew that this seemingly chaotic scene was a story acted out by the actors. It was clearly a stage that had been set up, but everyone still felt that what they saw was really happening. The chaos on the stage formed a strong contrast with the quietness off the stage. Everyone clenched their fists tightly and held their breath. Xiaozong forgot to look down at the latest online number sent by the company's group chat. The PD in charge of the live broadcast of Mango TV forgot to direct the cut. The employees of Tianguang Agency also forgot to cheer for their boss's perfect performance. Big Beard Deng had long forgotten his worries at the beginning of the play. Although he was not completely immersed in the play like others, he had, after all, directed Thunderstorm when he was young. Compared to others, he could use a calmer and more professional gaze to judge today's play. But now, he felt that he didn't need to say anything. Chen Guang's version of Thunderstorm had already completely surpassed all the classics of the past, and even surpassed his own inexperienced work when he was young. Big Beard knew that this was not Yang Shi's credit. It was all because of Chen Guang's perfect performance. Before Chen Guang appeared on the stage, today's Thunderstorm was at best a young director's passable work. The rehearsal time was only a short week. This was already the result of Yang Shi and several other leading actors' perfect performance. They couldn't ask for more. But the moment Chen Guang appeared on the stage, the play was completely sublimated. Chen Guang made this stage play follow the script, but it was higher than the script. He asked Xiao Yu to write a script that was higher than life. Big Beard Deng leaned back and reached out to ask Old Ma, the stage manager next to him, for a cigarette. He lit it and took a deep breath. He, who had quit smoking for too long, accidentally coughed and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and said, "I finally understand what little Yang told me before." Old Ma asked, "What did Xiao Yang say?" He said that Chen Guang was born to be an actor. Old Ma wanted to nod subconsciously, but he immediately remembered, but when he acted in Jiang Shan last time. Big Beard Deng thought for a moment and said, "You can probably understand it this way. Einstein was not born to solve calculus. Although Chen Guang is a genius, he has never been exposed to acting before he acted in Jiang Shan, so it makes sense that it was difficult for him to get started at that time. But then he suddenly completed it perfectly, didn't he? At the time, I thought that he had finally hit the jackpot, so I quickly passed it. Now that I think about it, he probably used only 2 or 3 hours to completely awaken from a newbie who didn't know how to act at all into a real top-notch actor." Old Ma nodded. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Big Beard shook his head again. "No, not every younger generation has Chen Guang's ability. It's not that the younger generation is surpassing us in time, but that our level is too low to understand a real genius." Old Ma asked, "Director Deng, it's okay that my level is low, but you can't be low too, right?" Big Beard Deng smiled bitterly. "I'll take Einstein as an example. His primary school math teacher can't compare with him, right?" Old Ma didn't say anything more. Big Beard had no problem mocking himself, so there was no need for him to add another stab to his wound. As a well-known director, he should be able to tell whether a person had the talent to become an actor or not with a few glances. However, Big Beard had questioned Chen Guang for so long, which was simply damaging to his reputation. In the West Mountain villas, Jiang Yage and Jin Shuyue were also staring with their eyes wide open. No one could understand the incomparable regret in their hearts. If they had known that Chen Guang had this ability, even if they had to stop filming in Yanjing, they would have gone to Wujing to act with him. As for those haters who had slandered Chen Guang online or in their social circles, they were still breaking their promises this time. Those who had bet with their colleagues had already begun to think of a reason to skip work tomorrow. They would hide for as long as they could. Those who had bet with their classmates took out their mobile phones and planned to send a text message to their teachers to find a way to ask for sick leave. As for those who had bet with their wives or others, they didn't even have a place to hide. These days, there were all kinds of media outlets that had published articles questioning and criticizing Chen Guang on the internet. The fast ones had already published a new draft, while the slow ones were gnashing their teeth and writing. There was no doubt that the limelight of these media outlets didn't need to be looked at. They must have made a 180-degree turn. The media had never cared about moral integrity. They would follow the direction of the wind and write the draft. It didn't matter if they were scolded as fence-sitters. As long as what was written was enough to attract attention, who would care about face? Finally, under the attention of thousands of people, Yang-shi walked out from the backstage. He led all the main cast members and gently bowed to the audience below the stage. This scene of the most high-profile stage play in the past 10 years officially ended. At this time, Yang-shi didn't have the mood to care about the cheers of the audience below. He was just glad that his choice to bite the bullet and come to Wujing from Yanjing was not wrong. Even if the one who could let people remember today's thunderstorm must be Chen Guang, and when people mention today in the future, they will only say that this is Chen Guang's version of thunderstorm, but it doesn't matter. No one can change the fact that the director is me. I was finally able to hitch a ride with Chen Guang just like Chairman Chang from Bamboo. Although there were many flaws at the beginning of the first act, no one can change the fact that this will be the most classic thunderstorm in history. In the small theater, even though all the main cast members had left after the curtain call, and everyone knew that this kind of show would not have an encore, hundreds of audience members still stood up and applauded for a long time. Feng Tianyu finally came back to his senses and clapped heavily. I knew President Qin would definitely be fine. Lu Xiaoyang, who was beside him, rolled his eyes. You knew again. That's not what you said before. Feng Tianyu snorted. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did I ever doubt President Chen's ability? But you were clearly cursing him in your heart. You are framing me. You despicable person, don't even think about fighting for favor with me. You said it. You've said that shameless word at last. President Chang, he just said the word fighting for favor, right? You heard it, right? Chang Xiaozong, who was at the side, was speechless towards Chen Guang's two subordinates who had no moral integrity but were quite capable. Sure enough, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like boss like employee. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Forget it, Chen Guang doesn't know anyway. Chapter 956. Chang Xiaozong finally had the mood to look at the online viewer report from the company. After reading it, he grinned again. Although the number of viewers did not exceed the previous peak, which was less than 17 million, the proportion of new registered users was extremely high, more than 30%. This meant that in just one night, Bamboo had nearly 6 million new registered users. This was much higher than the number of viewers during Chen Guang's previous live broadcasts. To achieve this number through advertising, they would have to spend at least hundreds of millions of yuan. However, this was only the power of Chen Guang's nuclear weapon tonight. At the same time, the number of viewers in Chen Guang's personal live broadcast room increased to 1.6 million. Including the slow increase previously, it had reached 6.7 million. This was an unparalleled number of viewers in the world. Chang Xiaozong analyzed that the reason for this phenomenon should be that the skills Chen Guang displayed this time were different from the past. It was a performance ability that he had never really dabbled in before. This officially transformed him from an atypical internet celebrity to an artistic star. This time, he not only attracted those fans who only wanted to see strange things, but also those who usually paid more attention to movies, TV shows, or variety shows in the entertainment circle were also attracted to him. The target audience had changed, which directly led to the increase in the number of new registered users. Xiaozong could not help but secretly feel lucky. Fortunately, he believed in his brother's ability as always and did not hesitate to offer a price of 10 million. Although some of his competitors also offered the same price, he still managed to snatch it by relying on his relationship with his old partner. Mango reckoned that they had also made a lot of money. Just based on the advertisements they aired during the breaks in between, the $11 million they invested in the licensing fee was more than enough to cover their capital. However, they would definitely regret it later. Feng Tianyu had learned to be very petty from Qin Guang. He would definitely complain to Qin Guang about Mango's intention to go back on their word. It would be difficult for them to take advantage of this in the future. Xiao Zong's guess was right. At this time, the upper management of Mango were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Who would have thought that Qin Guang's weekly drama could be so perfect? At the end of the show, the ratings even broke 5%. It was even more popular than the finale of the TV station's Ace variety show. One had to know that there was almost no pre-publicity effect. In the past, whenever Mango TV wanted to do a variety show, it would be bombarded with advertisements a few months before it started broadcasting. If they had the same time this time, it would be too good to be true. But now, they couldn't be happy, and it was even more awkward. If it was just a normal success, they wouldn't feel any pressure. However, the real-time statistics were so shocking. Their previous attempt to break the contract was ruined. The job of repairing the relationship fell to the manager who had called Feng Tianyu. At this moment, he, who had just finished watching a play on the television, just wanted to sing a song. Why are my eyes filled with tears? Because I love this land too deeply. My fate is even worse than the people in the movie. At least those people could still fight and fight. At least Zhou Ping had the courage to take a bullet. I could only cower. Don't talk to me. From now on, I'm going to roam the pugilistic world. My nickname is Scapegoat. No one cared how miserable the manager of Mango TV was at this moment, but there were so many people backstage in the small theater who were also extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Qin Guang was sitting lazily in the dressing room, letting the stupid makeup artist help him remove his makeup. Sitting next to him were a few lead actors who were removing their makeup. These people were so excited that their faces were flushed. They had no idea what had happened to them. They had been acting well, but they had suddenly become completely different people. Now that the curtain had fallen, they had finally left the show. However, every bit of what had happened on the stage was clearly engraved in their minds. They could understand it themselves without anyone telling them. They had really completed an unbelievable performance. It was as if they had become someone else and lived again. Although the time was short, it was deeply remembered. This was a precious experience that was enough to make their acting skills qualitatively change. Finally, Hu Delin, who was sitting next to Qin Guang, was the first to not be able to hold it in. He signaled to the makeup artist to stop first, then turned to look at Qin Guang and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Qin, I really don't know how to thank you for your great kindness. Anyway, thank you." For a veteran actor of his age, it was easier said than done to improve his acting skills. Now, just by acting in a play and even receiving 5 times the salary, he could improve his acting skills by leaps and bounds. How could he not be happy? How could he not be grateful from the bottom of his heart? Qin Guang turned his head slightly to look at Hu Delin and smiled indifferently. "Mr. Hu, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should do." He did not mention what had happened before. At this point, there was no need to continue mentioning it. All of them understood that since he dared to come up with this play, dared not to rehearse, and even dared to read the script 4 hours before going on stage, of course, he had come prepared. As the saying goes, summer insects cannot talk about ice. There was no need for a godlike existence to explain too much to mortals. At this moment, he seemed so enigmatic, so steady, and so dignified. He was simply awesome. Hu Delin nodded repeatedly. Understood. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chen. With Hu Delin taking the lead, Yin Fei and the other members of the cast also expressed their gratitude to Chen Guang from afar. There were even some who wanted to refund their salary, but they were all rejected by Chen Guang. After all, he wasn't lacking in money. Seeing how generous Chen Guang was and how he was like a master, the actors who had looked down on him felt extremely ashamed of their inferiority. This was a true powerhouse who could control his own fate in his work and life. Look at his magnanimity. He was indifferent and did not bother about trifles. From time to time, everyone would recall Chen Guang's seemingly casual words in the afternoon. At that time, they thought he was treating it as a joke. Only now did they understand that he had a card up his sleeve. There was only one person who could not sit still. As one of the main cast members, she should have been the first to remove her makeup, but at this moment, she hid far away in a corner and did not dare to come over, letting others go first. It was none other than Shi Lu, who had made the most noise in the afternoon. Although others had disdained Chen Guang in their hearts, they had at least restrained themselves on the surface. But Shi Lu had openly flipped out. Although she had unwillingly apologized to him after the incident, now that she thought about it, it was not an apology at all. It was clearly adding fuel to the fire. That little trick that she had hidden in her heart, how could she hide it from Master Qin? He must have completely seen through me. I have always blamed him wrongly. Thinking about how I had said so many bad things about him in the past few days, I felt terrible. No wonder he was so conceited. No wonder he said he understood our feelings at that time. In fact, it was because his realm and personality were already at a level beyond our understanding. He was already standing on another level of acting. His realm could not be expressed in words, or even if he could say it, we would not be able to understand or believe it. He did not even bother to explain it to us ordinary people. Because he knew that no matter how much he said, it was better to take us to the stage. Not only could he put on a good show himself, but he could even bring all of us into it. He was God. The God of acting. But I had always doubted God's ability. So embarrassing. What should I do now? Should I go up and sincerely apologize to him again, and then say thank you to him like Sister Yin Fei did? But why can't my feet move? Shi Lu paced back and forth in the same place, rubbing her hands so hard that a layer of skin almost peeled off. No one was more embarrassed than her at that moment. As a newcomer actress who was determined to achieve something in the performing arts, Shi Lu knew that it was reasonable for her to apologize to Chen Guang. But as a young girl, she could not let go of her pride. I say, Xiao Lu, why don't you go up and say a few words? Chen Guang is only a little over 20 years old, he is younger than you. Look, he actually doesn't care about you at all. Shi Lu was surprised. Ah. He is so young. Young, she nodded and snorted. What else can he do? Don't you know that he hasn't even graduated from university? A few days ago, I said in front of you that he would rather attend classes than rehearse. Didn't you hear me? Shi Lu blushed. At that time, I was only thinking about him in my heart and did not pay attention to what you said, Director Yang. Alright, now that the show is over, you may not have a chance to interact with him in the future. You decide whether you want to apologize to him or not. Anyway, I think it is reasonable for you to say something. Shi Lu was silent. Her mind could not help but recall the scene of her and Chen Guang arguing in the afternoon. Now she finally understood. At that time, she thought that Chen Guang did not know what to do, but in fact, she was the one who did not know what to do. At that time, she felt that he did not care about the play, but in fact, he had already seen through everything. When she was making a scene, Chen Guang's expression did not change. It was not that he did not know what to do, but it was because he was looking at her with the mentality of an adult. He was not joking, he really did care about this play. I was so unreasonable at that time, but he did not get angry at me at all. Compared to him, I am as insignificant as a childish urchin. Finally, she mustered up her courage and walked quickly in the direction of the makeup table. What? He left. He did not attend the celebration. Lu, who had pounced on nothing, stared blankly at the makeup artist who had already removed the makeup for the next person. She felt a little uncomfortable. Did he say anything when he left? Not yet. He did not ask about me. No. She jumped out from behind. Lu, perhaps in his heart, the matter of you contradicting him is not worth mentioning at all. You should stop worrying about it. How can he do this? I am so sad, how can he not care about it at all? She coughed lightly. What's so strange about this? Because he is Chen Guang. Sigh. Lu felt melancholy again. However, although the show on stage was over, the storm on the internet had just begun. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.